This conference will now be recorded.
Call meeting board at 5 a.m. Roll call.
Mike Laurie.
Here.
Coach Shane.
Here.
Jeff Hildreth.
Here.
Kristen Sanders.
Here.
Wes Bonheim.
Here. Please join me in the pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
I have a couple.
All right, let's move on to public comment. Does anyone have anything that see? Anyone have anything that's not on the agenda today that you'd like to make a public comment on? Mary Jo?
Okay, I'm sure all of you know me. I'm Mary Jo A.B. My husband and I own Black Sands Bistro at the end of the Lost Coast. The reason I'm here today, do I need to talk?
Yeah.
On the base of it.
How close do I need to be?
That's good. That's good.
The reason I'm here today is because we're having some issues with a lady up where we live. Her name is Christine Rose. She has an unpermitted structure at 274 Combs. Her daughter is Davita. She lives at 1250 Blue Ridge and they rent. They've been around, she's been around for about 6 years that I know of. And she just caused, I could tell you 4 different neighbors that she's caused extreme problems for. 2 of them has tried to get restraining orders against her, only to be told by the cops that we can't find her. In my opinion, the woman is not all there. I'll tell you 2 incidences, involving me. The first one was the end of April. I was expecting a delivery. My dogs are freaking out. My yard is fenced. My dogs are not allowed out unless I'm with them. I walk out and there's a dog on the other side of the fence, and I walk up to the fence, whose dog is this? Christine comes around the corner with her other dog on a leash. And my dogs are freaking out. I'm like, is this your dog? And she comes up to the fence and starts screaming at me about my dogs. And why don't I make them stop barking when she walks by? And she's calling me every name in the book. And I told her they're doing their job. Long story short, I walked out. She wouldn't leave. She's, she's just standing there screaming at me. So I walked outside the gate and said, get out of here. And when she realized that I was walking outside the gate, she's flipping for her phone because she records everything. So I just turned around and went back into the house. Next time I went out to my car, there was a note on my car that basically said, and I have it in my purse, that basically said to the woman that came out of her house, waving her arms at me and screaming, if you don't let me walk by in peace, the next time I come by, something about, do you want to brawl? I called the report, the cops filed the report, sent them the letter, sent them another letter that she had sent to somebody else previously that she had signed so they could see the writing. Can't do anything. June 2nd, I get a call from my neighbor. Shay lives on the corner of Blue Ridge and Wood. I'm her closest neighbor. She calls me and says, well, let me start prior to where I got there. Christine is outside Shay's house with her camera on her phone. For 4 minutes, Shay has a video of Christine walking around her house, filming in her carport, and Shay's on the deck going, get out of here. 4 minutes worth. Finally, and this is a regular occurrence up there. Finally, Christine says, well, then come down here. And Shay says, fine. And she calls me and says, Mary Jo, please come down here. And I said, sure. Not a violent person. I've never hit anybody or been in a fight in my life. So I drive down there, and she's at the middle of her property in the street. And as soon as I pull up, she starts yelling at me, what are you doing here? Get out of here. I said, look, you don't live on the street. Move on. She won't. She just keeps screaming and videotaping. So Shay comes out of the house, and we walk up to her. And then she starts screaming, don't you touch me. No one's touching you. She has her phone in Shay's face, literally like this. And Shay grabs the phone out of her face, and this woman latches on to her dreads and tries to drag her to the ground. Shay's a big girl. This woman is not very big, and she's my age, but she's hella strong. So me, I'm like, oh my God. I try to get her hands out of Shay's hair. Shay has a friend inside that comes in. 3 of us, 5 minutes to get this woman off of Shay. And in the process, she rips out my hair. She throws my glasses down the road. She's trying to stomp on her feet. And the whole time we're going, just let go. We didn't hit her. We didn't punch her. We didn't do anything violent except try to get the fingers out of her hair while she's trying to hurt us. What the cops do? Nothing. We all filed a report. The cops told us, oh, we're just paid to watch. Now, this woman, Christine Rhodes, is trying to go after Shay for elder abuse because she took the phone out of her face. This woman has hassled Kristen Wendy Ball to the extreme. 2 of our neighbors have tried to serve her with restraining orders. The cops can't find her. Give me a damn break. We need some help on the Hill. I have been told things, I don't know if they're true, that she has threatened Rid and the fire department, and nothing's been done. She has threatened my neighbor. She told him he was burning trash, and then he was burning bodies. The other neighbor, as she walks by, their dog she's by the dog starts having a problem. They come out and say, did you give my dog something? She goes, no, but I will next time. She is a problem. We don't know what to do. What do I need to do? Buy a taser? Buy a gun with non-lethal bullets? Can anyone help us? The police will not. I've called them twice and filed 2 reports. Now what they're doing, they're trying to go after Shay for elder abuse to help the crazy woman who lives in an unpermitted structure. I don't know what to do. I know nobody can actually answer my questions here, but you know what? She lives on the Hill. She lives a 1/4 mile from my house. When I moved here 22 years ago, when I would walk out of my house, I looked for wild animals because of where we live. Now when I walk out of my house, I look for the crazy bitch and I grab a pipe bar. I don't know what to do. We pay hella property taxes. She pays shit and she gets away with it. I don't know what else to say, but can somebody please help? Please, Red, if she threatened you, if she threatened the fire department, please call the cops. No one else will do anything, and they won't help us. I guess that's all I have to say. Sorry I got so emotional, but you know what? She's screwing our lives. I work probably 70 hours a week at my business, and I have to put up with a crazy person when I leave my house. We do a lot for this community, and we need some help. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mary. Appreciate that. Anybody else like? Anybody else? Anybody else like to make a public comment that is not on the agenda for today? No? All right, we're going to move on to a public hearing. Public hearing regarding California Assembly Bill 2561, adding section 3502.3 to the government code, which requires all public agencies, including special districts, to hold yearly public hearings on specified topics related to recruitment and retention. Chris, you gonna
Yes.
start with this one?
Yeah, so this is the second time doing this. We're doing this annually as required by the California State Assembly Bill. The bill states that special districts must present the status of job vacancies and recruitment and retention efforts at a public hearing at least once per fiscal year. The bill also declares that job vacancies in local government are a widespread and significant problem for the public sector. And that job vacancies may undermine labor relations between public agencies and their employees. The state bill requires that public agencies assess and address vacancy rates in order to help avoid the negative effects of understaffing on the delivery of public services, as well as on public employees. Moreover, the special district must present the status of vacancies before adopting a final budget. The bill also allows recognized employee organizations that represent a bargaining unit to request that the agency present additional information at the public hearing if the number of job vacancies within a single bargaining unit meets or exceeds 20% of the total number of authorized full-time positions. This information includes the total number of job vacancies within the bargaining unit, the total number of applicants for vacant positions within the bargaining unit, the average number of days to complete the hiring process from when a position is posted, and opportunities to improve compensation and other working conditions. International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, union representative for the district's represented employees, was made aware of this report and had no additional information to present. So moving on to first the administration and confidential employees. The district was fully staffed in the 9 positions listed under policy 2010 pertaining to employees in the confidential unit during the entirety of fiscal year 2025-26. All 9 positions are also included in this proposed fiscal year 26-27 budget. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. So this is the table, shows the policy 2010 exhibit A. These are all the positions in our administration and confidential employees list. You can see one of these listed positions, temporary laborer, was reported as vacant last fiscal year. This position is primarily designated for specific tasks and duties for the fire department, such as clearing around fire hydrants and conducting maintenance around the fire station. This position's working hours are budgeted in the fire department and have been filled this fiscal year through multiple rotating part-time fire department staff. One other position under policy 2010, accounting administrator, was double staffed for about 4 months this fiscal year for training purposes prior to the retirement of the original staff member. So moving on to IBEW employees, of the 11 positions listed in Exhibit B1, in the current MOU between RID and IBEW, 3 of them are vacant, which equates to about 27%. 2 of these positions are frozen and have not been budgeted for in the prior, current, or future fiscal year budgets. The other position is budgeted with the intention of filling it this next fiscal year. So in the on the slide, you can see that the previous fiscal year vacant wastewater plant operator position was filled this fiscal year through internal promotion of one of the 2 existing general laborers on staff. That leaves an additional vacant general laborer position, primarily for the parks department, that can be filled as optional. This position is currently being proposed this fiscal year budget as part-time. One of the 2 frozen positions is industrial electrician and instrumentation technician. You can see that in red. This is a specialized position with duties that can be accomplished by other staff or contractors if necessary. This position was created in 2015 for the electrical department, mainly due to the lack of a journeyman lineman at the time, and to oversee potential alternative energy intertie equipment, which never materialized. Another responsibility of this position would be the water wastewater SCADA system. Current water and wastewater staff manage the system and employ the assistance of a contractor for programming and troubleshooting purposes when necessary. The other frozen position is the construction crew superintendent. This position was created when the number of utility connections to the district's infrastructure exceeded the current workload capacity of existing staff. That workload dropped off over 15 years ago. The duties and responsibilities of this position can now be overseen by the water wastewater superintendent and the construction crew foreman, retitled distribution and repair foreman last year. The single vacant position in Exhibit B1 is construction crew operator, retitled 2 years ago as distribution and repair operator, and that's highlighted in yellow. This position became vacant 2 years ago with a retirement and an internal promotion. The aim is to fill this budgeted position this upcoming fiscal year, also most likely through internal promotion. And I wanted to add one thing that's not in the packet. This is our organization chart on the screen. You can see that even though I've covered the tables of what's in our policies or the MOU, there is an idealized staffing level, which is reflected in the organizational chart, where there's additional general laborers. One in the administrative department and one in the electrical department. You can see highlighted in yellow. I know it's pretty small there. But, so just wanted to highlight that. And I'll go ahead and stop sharing. So, and then cover job openings in the district, along with the average number of days to complete the hiring process from when a position is posted, and the opportunities to improve compensation and other working conditions are all addressed in policy 2201, titled Recruitment, Training, Retention, and Separation of District Personnel from District Employment. And I want to highlight one major change this fiscal year to improve retention efforts included switching to CalPERS Health Medical Insurance, which allows for post-retirement medical coverage and more health plan options with lower employee share premiums than our previous provider. So financial impact regarding labor costs as stated in the proposed budget. Recommendation is to receive and the report and make any comments if you have any. Any questions?
Okay, this portion from my notes here says we need to go to public comment on this topic prior to closing.
You can have discussion first.
I can have
then
discussion
public
first?
comment,
Okay.
and close it.
And then close it, and then we can discuss. Okay, everybody got any questions, comments on the board?
I know Chrissy and I discussed some potential changes to this and just wondering how staff feels about potentially eliminating the industrial electrician and instrumentation. And then also, I know from a budget perspective, we discussed taking one of those general laborers and taking it to Parks and Rec and taking it down to a part-time. And then just having that person solely just for Parks and Rec. I'm just wondering how, if is staff okay with having just one general laborer for their utility use?
I know we had that budget advisory committee meeting with yourself and staff, and there was nothing mentioned not being okay at that meeting about that. But I know we're also going through MOU negotiations very soon, so there could be some discussion on that.
Okay.
There would also have to be a meeting to confer with the union on a topic like that,
Okay.
eliminating a position, absolutely.
Okay. I just wanted to
That was kind of my question too, in terms of having a position that's frozen versus eliminating. If that's, so I think that's something that deals with the negotiations with the union. And so if that's the case, then okay, that makes sense. Now I understand why that's frozen and not on a budget.
Yeah, they are included in the current MOU.
Gotcha.
So for on the administration part, which is not unionized, and the part-time office clerk custodian, I would like at some point to have a discussion about whether or not we need to change that to just a part-time custodian that comes in and cleans more regularly than just the 4 hours a week.
Do you mean like a new job description? Or?
Potentially, yes. Yes. I mean, it right now, who we have filling it doesn't really come into the office anyway. And it would be nice. And although, it's only 4 hours a week and so isn't a huge impact on our budget, we still need, in my observations, more custodial duties and more cleaning hours made available. So just trying to figure that out with our budget.
Anybody else on the board?
Yeah, Christopher said, thanks for explaining it the way you did it. That was well done. I think the biggest problem we're gonna have is it goes back to our budget. I mean, we're running in the red no matter what, the way we look at it, but so we really have to tighten our ship as much as we can. And I'm gonna know more as soon as we know more from the union negotiations.
Kristen?
No.
No?
Mm.
Okay. Well, then we'll go to public comment. I'll open public comment. Yes, sir.
Sir.
Well, I'm respectful of my elders, sir.
Morning, everybody. Mark Wilson, business rep, IBW, local 1245. I just wanted to get on record that Chris and Jessica, amazing job on that report. It's only been 2 years. I think that has been coming out, and that is the most comprehensive I've seen out of all my properties. Most of them are just a spreadsheet, with where we're at and stuff. And of course, my job is to kind of keep my eye on that thing anyway, so there was no surprises. Although the one thing, the whole point of the regulation is to prevent entities from balancing the budget off the backs of all their employees, right? So, of course, other than our budget woes we have, but as far as our employment and our membership and all the employees, we're doing pretty well here. But one of the other factors that needs to be considered is the amount of overtime worked by pretty much everybody in the district. Because even though you think you're properly staffed, if you're working 40% overtime, an argument could be made you're not properly staffed. Overtime is very impactful in people's lives as they try to raise families and everything else. But Chris, Jessica, great job, and thank you guys. Look forward to negotiations.
Thank you, Mark. Anybody else? Public comment? No? Okay, then I will close public comment and open it up for board discussion on this topic. Any other board discussion on this topic? No? No? Okay. Yes, motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close the public hearing and receive the report. I will second that motion.
Roll call.
Commissioner Shane,
Aye.
Mike Solari,
Aye.
Kristen Sanders,
Aye.
Jeff Hilger,
Aye.
Wes Bonheim.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, that ends our public hearing. We're gonna move on to the consent calendar. Anybody have anything?
I believe we have another public hearing item.
One more.
Oh, geez, we gotta do that one too?
That's important.
All right, we have our second public hearing. I thought they were both included, but. So I will now open the public hearing on approve fiscal year 26-27 RID budget and annual fee schedule, second reading. Chris?
Yes, yeah, so, the attached draft 2026-27 budget and annual fee schedule were revised since first reading last month in May. And I've kind of highlighted some of the key changes in the report here. First, in the budget, we added in $3,200,000 in both grant income and expenses for wildfire defense grants. This figure cancels itself out in the budget, so it's just there for placeholder. So we should be getting that money and spending it. There was $200,000 added to the budget since May, directly stemming from the strategic plan workshop we had late in the month. This includes $50,000 for a part-time grants analyst position, which may eventually work into a full-time position. And then $100,000 for a financial consultant, and then $50,000 for utility system assessment rate study, which would focus on the water rates. $20,000 in additional expenditure is also added for community center improvements at the clubhouse. $39,000 in additional capital expenditure for a new water treatment plant chlorination system. This figure was originally presented as $21,000 for a sodium hypochlorite disinfection system, but upon further research and conferring with staff prefer a $60,000 tablet system due to the longer shelf life of the chemical and its higher disinfection capacity. And staff proposed to defer the $37,000 capital expense line item this fiscal year, 25-26, for the Bud tank to Jeff tank pressure reducing valve installation to alleviate this added cost. And then there's also $5,000 in additional labor-related expenditure for CalPERS retirement benefits and the fire department. We've learned that the part-time chief duty officer position is eligible for CalPERS retirement benefits. I'm going to throw another thing in here. There's an action item later in the budget for the cross-connection control plan hazard assessment as an unbudgeted expense. So upon further discussion, it was a better idea to actually put it into the fiscal year budget. The work isn't going to get done in the next 2 weeks. So there's going to be also $14,000 added for that hazard assessment consultant work. And I'll show that on the screen in a few minutes. Or on the plus side, we can safely say that Measure A has passed, and so we've added in $230,000 in additional special utilities tax revenue, as post-election reports indicate that it has passed, although the election is not yet certified. There's also $22,000 in additional miscellaneous income based on estimated revenue generated from auctioning off surplus vehicles. And then we changed the Parks Department general labor position from full-time to part-time, which equates to about $75,000 in labor savings. And then there was an additional $169,000 in cuts from various operational and capital expense line items as recommended by staff and the Budget Advisory Committee, encompassing mostly savings through deferred maintenance. So in summary, the revised draft budget includes a total of, and the number in the report says $264,000, but with the $14,000 hazard assessment, it comes to $278,000 in additional expenditures, with $496,000 in extra revenue and various cuts, creating a net savings since first reading of now $218,000. So the final net income deficit went from $1,184,073 to $965,593. And that's with the addition of the $14,000 hazard assessment. So I didn't factor in, there's also potential for further savings through the change in the district's healthcare provider. We've only had 1 month, so I don't want to, and there could be open enrollment and unknown additional costs later on, so I didn't want to add it into the budget yet. But preliminary estimates for the district's share of employees' health plan premiums add up to an annual savings of about $13,000. So this figure could change, like I said, through MOU negotiation and unknown mid-fiscal year changes to the premiums by the new provider. And then, so maybe before I move on to the annual fee schedule, I'll put up the budget to kind of highlight where the changes were made. I might need your help on this here. All right. Okay, so there's the budget. Okay, so on your budget, you'll see the red highlighted numbers in the different categories. And you can see in special utility tax capital, I've added in the notes on the electronic version. It was 190,000, now it's 333,750. And that's based on the Measure A revenue, anticipated revenue income. And then similarly, that gets divided up, like 62.5% goes to the capital, and then the rest goes to ops. So this was 110,000, so that moved up to 196,000. And then this is the showing of the miscellaneous income in the electric department. There's a line truck, our old line truck we anticipate auctioning off, measuring or estimating 7,000. And then the water side, we have 2 vehicles, the flatbed truck and one of our other pickups. So we're totaling 15,000 estimate on that additional income. Moving down, here, this shows the grant income, which cancels itself out in the expense. So for labor, you can see the grants analyst position was added into the administration department. That was about 380,000, that's 420,000. Similarly, parks, savings there for the full-time versus part-time labor, cut out the health, dental, vision, life, the PERS. I don't know if I really need to go over each line item like this. Let me know if I don't need that. Yeah. Well, maybe before I can keep going, do you have any specific questions on the budget? I can highlight.
I just wanted to talk about the selling of the trucks. We're gonna do that before, wasn't that like contingent doing that before we get the new work utility truck? Wasn't that? Didn't we talk about that in the budget meeting? I just want to make sure that was
Before
happening
the
first.
capital expense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay,
It will offset it.
yeah.
So I have a question on that truck, as long as it's just brought it up. Originally, John mentioned something about like basically renting it out, meaning, mutual aid or whatever. Did that go by the wayside when we make more money? If John's idea was that, we could sub ourselves out, like kind of what Nick does, or are we just, and how much are we gaining by selling it versus John's idea?
Well, that didn't come up in our budget advisory committee meeting. I think we could still, if you're talking about outside work, I think we could still do that with our new line truck, I'm guessing. Have further discussions with John on that, but this was actually to auction off just the old line truck. This is parked over there at the.
No, I agree. I just vaguely remember a conversation that we could, do like a mutual thing and help other districts or whatever around us.
Yes, we can still.
And it doesn't, $13,000 doesn't seem like we're gonna get a whole lot of bang for our buck, but that it's sitting there, wasting and away is not helping us either, so just curious.
I think that's what we were kind of thinking, is just like, it seems like there's no storage for it,
Yeah.
and then, but,
I can see it.
I mean, it would be nice to, yeah.
And if I might add, and John, maybe you could correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that truck isn't up to regulations, current regulations to be able to use it for like sending it over the hill or so to speak. And so it would be more, the mutual aid would be more using our newer truck. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I mean, most of the time they want four-wheel drive trucks, because 99% of the stuff happens in the winter.
Yeah, the old line truck is not four-wheel drive, the new one is.
But definitely to Tristan's point that we definitely need, if we do go forward with the new truck, we do need to be moving these other vehicles before we decide to make that purchase. Or I'll agree with that.
Yeah.
Maybe we can trade it in.
I had a question about the special utilities tax revenue.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to make sure that we know that will be available next year for us in terms of the timing of, when folks are going to pay it versus how long it takes to get in and that kind of thing. Okay.
Well, yeah, that was a good, actually, when I originally written the ordinance and submitted it to the county office of elections, they said, oh, if you want to wait a year, that's fine, but this will be eligible for next year. Oh, okay. So I changed it.
Okay.
Next year. That's coming from the county office of elections.
Okay, good. And then, and I also noticed that you've got it sort of budgeted here, and forgive me, the finances isn't the right, isn't my area, right? The joke is that if lawyers were good at numbers, we'd be engineers. So you have it here in our budget, but I just want to make sure that it's clear that that isn't going to the general fund, that is specifically going to be used for infrastructure and infrastructure improvements. And I know you mentioned something about that, but is that typically captured in these budgets that we're looking at, or is that just kind of the way that it's?
Yeah, there's a separate county funds. They actually have two county funds for that special tax, the ops version and the capital expense column. And I think it's the auditor that prefers everything to go into the admin, and then once they reconcile it, it gets divided up into the three different utilities.
Okay, so for budgetary purposes, it's lined correctly, but it just comes down to what we end up using it on.
Yeah.
Okay, and the account, so it is kept separate.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Chris, you mentioned the rate study and then you said it was just water.
Yeah.
Why is it just water and would it be more expensive? Why wouldn't we do all three?
I think it was about the cost of doing all three and also just I'm not sure, when we were in our strategic plan workshop, we were talking about doing all three at first. And then we decided to just narrow it down to one because of the time required from staff and the cost of the study. But a good question, maybe we can revisit that.
Again, if it, within reason, I think that they all need to be broached. I recall the rate study needed to be done, but I don't recall it being specifically for water.
Yeah.
So I'd like to know more on that.
And I do know that, Travis has been working with RCA, Travis and John, they've both been working with RCAC about getting a water and wastewater rate study done this October through that corporation, which would be pretty much free.
Okay.
Yeah, I think our intention was to kind of do it in tiers.
Okay. I'm remembering that. It was not just a rate study, but an assessment, kind of like a water system master plan, like assessing all of our hydrants, laterals, or mains, tanks. It's kind of a master plan of prioritizing what needs to be replaced, repaired, budgeted for.
Yeah, but again, I was more on the rate study. I agree with what you just said, but I think that we need to broach all three, not just one. And again, I understand about staff's time, but I wouldn't mind hearing more about it if we can, since we're already gonna pay for it. Right, and there has to be a cost savings if it's all three versus one. Now, it may cost more, but I'd love to know numbers.
Yeah, I thought, or at least what I took out, and we'll be talking about the strategic plan later on, but we will be looking at all of the assessments of the infrastructure across the board, with all the utilities. We're just having to do it in steps and in tiers, and I believe we did identify the water department as the most in need. And to start with that. With that said, what I wanted to just discuss briefly is while, the bottom line, the number in red isn't, we weren't able to bring it down as much as we really wanted to, especially with bringing in consultants and a part-time grants analysis, which we really do need moving forward. We really did, has the budget committee and then the employee and staff, we really did go line item by line item and to see like where we could absolutely cut. And there really isn't any fat to cut. So it was challenging. I would like to just also with that though, really give props to Chris and Jessica and the staff and the superintendents for being willing to have those hard discussions and all the time and effort that you guys all put in to coming up with this budget because it was no easy feat for sure. And also thank you, Tristan, for your time too.
I did want to point out on the screen, the action item 4 is kind of incorporated now into this budget at the bottom. You see cross connection control hazard section, 14,000 anticipated costs. So I did change the number from looking at that. Numbers a little bit more.
Yeah, and we discussed, I know I discussed that with you yesterday with our meeting.
Yeah, that was a great idea.
It just made sense that it's not unbudgeted for this current fiscal year because it's not gonna be done. So now we're talking about this next fiscal year and
Yes.
that's what we're dealing with. So we know that's gonna need to be spent and we should put it in there.
And then I guess my comment is, so the 951,000, so that comes out of our reserves at the end of the year?
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering if we're going to just run a budget like this for the next 3 or 4 years. What does that mean at the end of like my term? I mean, I think we do need to like start talking about like, I don't know, other ways of raising revenue and
Makes sense.
yeah, calendars. I don't know, but like seriously, yeah, I just don't want to be like, part of,
For bankruptcy.
yeah, exactly, without having said something, a few years before. So I guess I'm just wondering like what the big plan is, like, it's a lot. So, and we only have so many reserves. So, and just making the community aware too that, we're not exactly playing with a great hand right now, and we are trying. So, but I just want to put that out there that another like 4 years if we don't like figure something out. Yeah.
I would like to mention that in the past, we have had $900,000 budget deficits and we come out pretty close to even.
Really?
In previous years. I
Okay.
don't see that happening with this one, but I do want to say thank you to everyone for their efforts in trying to cut the budget down. I know I was probably ranting and raving last month about this, but I'm going to rant and rave again this month. It's still a huge number that is not sustainable. I would like to see more efforts, if possible, to try and cut these numbers down a little bit and be looking forward the whole year, every month. Well, could we do this? Could we do that? And make it a part of our regular conversations to try to get through this year with the smallest number possible at the end of the year. I mean, this is our livelihood. I mean, for the Shelter Cove. So let's do all we can do. I stopped stealing pens just to save a few bucks. And
Believe it when I see it.
This is the end of my tenure on the board. I've only got a few months left, so I'm going to ride with this one because I do see the potential. But this is a tough pill to swallow for me. It definitely is. I'm really not happy with all of these numbers. It just makes my stomach upset, by the way. But with that being said, I'll ride with it and go from there. Anybody else on the board before I go to public comment?
I definitely understand that. Like, I personally would have a hard time doing any more cuts than we've attempted to do at this point and nickeling and diming ourselves. We are nickeling and diming ourselves as it is. And I feel like, and I appreciate your support. I know it's a very tough pill to swallow, but it is important to recognize that, we don't know where we're going to be at the end of this fiscal year, but our track record, because we have been in the red for the last several years, and we do end up coming up, pretty close to not quite that bad as this initial budget looks. So I'm still hopeful that will continue, and I really do. With being in the budget process, I really can say confidently that staff is well aware of where we are at and are doing everything they can to keep us, making the cuts where they can. And, and there are definitely some wish lists that aren't in here, or not wish lists, but things that would make the district probably runs smoother, but we just can't afford it right now. And so, we have taken those things out. And thank you for your.
I had a question for you too, Chris. We talked about the changing, and it was a couple months ago, about changing the healthcare plan, and we voted to make that change. And so I just wanted to be clear and make sure that this is still the case. We actually moved to a better plan that was kind of less expensive for everyone. Okay, and so it's not like we're making the plan worse in order to save money. We're making the plan better and saving money. Okay.
Like I mentioned, small drop in the bucket for the district.
Of course, but it saves the individuals money as well. And so, yeah, okay. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that was still the case, because I know the preliminary numbers we were looking at.
Yeah,
So,
that's a good point, because in the budget, these are just the SDRMA figures. So
Right.
it'd be too soon to try to figure out what everything would be.
Right.
So there could, yeah, like I said, potential savings and help.
and then for the individuals who are working as well. Great.
I have to say, I agree with Mike. I think that if we don't do the cost savings, Tesha, you're probably right. The numbers get better by the end of the year, but it's consistently getting worse, right? The red number keeps growing. No matter how close we get to the end of the year, it's not that bad, but it keeps getting worse. Again, so if drastic cuts aren't made, and I happen to agree with the grant individual, but I hate to say, we're gonna try to balance our budget off grants. That's not gonna happen. That being said, we also have to look at the worst case scenario, plan for the worst, hope for the best. Well, planning for the worst is that we're gonna be talking layoffs or cutting back staff time, and I mean, serious, you're $1 million in the red. So I'm gonna say, Chris, the tough decisions need to be made. You guys did a great job on the budget, but you need to plan for the worst because it could get bad and we don't want layoffs. We really do want the extra staff. And we still have another variable sitting in the room, Mark. Sorry, you're the variable.
Called worse.
We still have, union negotiations. So I'm gonna go back to, we have to take drastic actions. Yeah, they're good cuts. But I'm gonna say I have to agree with Mike. I have to agree with Tristan. The end game, yeah, I don't blame her for not wanting to be a part of this if there's a downfall with this, because you can't keep running in the negative and not expect a furlough. You just can't. Eventually the dog catches the tail.
I think we're all in agreement on that. I think the bigger discussion is like moving forward. We really need to be focused on how we are going to be bringing in more revenue, because cutting any more costs, we're really not going to be operating at a level that we should and need to be and are expected by the community. So, whether that means we really obviously we need to get serious about solar. Obviously, we need to get serious about our employee retention and things like that. But when you go line item by line item, I'm not seeing anything that we can really, it's already, they're as low as they can really go, unless every month we're approving unbudgeted expenses up to thousands and thousands of dollars each month. And I'm of the opinion that that's also not a good look, because then you have community members saying, well, why didn't you just budget for that? You knew that was coming down, and it gets harder to even keep track of. So I'm not disagreeing with anything that you and Mike and Tristan are saying. This is definitely not best case scenario. I would have a hard time supporting anything less than what we're doing right now. I mean, we really are. And again, this is, we spent, the budget committee and the staff really did spend a lot of time going line item by line item, seeing where can we cut. And this is just the reality of what it takes to run the district.
Yeah, I was on the budget meeting and it was true. There really isn't anything else to cut. I guess, yeah, there really was like nothing else to cut, just to assure you. But also I do think we need to start having just a frank discussion of what like our parachute looks like, or, because I mean, what is like the reality? We spend all our money and then LAFCO takes over and then they're going to raise rates and they're not going to,
they're not going to pay $100,000 to maintain them.
Exactly. Like
golf course.
Yeah. And so that's like that's to me is just like the bigger picture is like, okay, yeah, I just think we do need to start talking about like some of the reality. Like obviously I'm hopeful. I'm like a very hopeful person, but But then it's also like, I don't want to be like my blinders on. And then like, 2 or 3 years from now, it's like, this is what we're actually facing. And everyone's like, oh, you never said anything. And the community doesn't know. So like when these rate studies do come and, and we're going back and asking for more property taxes, and we're also like trying to raise utility rates. It's like to keep RID like in control, because that's the beautiful thing about Shelter Cove is I feel like we do have a local government with our RID. And so that's what I just would like to, yeah, I mean, I really do appreciate everything that is going on, and you guys too. It's like, I want to keep this going. It's, so that's why I just want to be a little bit like frank, like, okay, but we do have to like, start talking about like the elephant in the room a little bit more and coming up with new ideas. And that's all. Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Like we need it, like every month we talk, having those hard discussions.
Yeah. And maybe something will come up and it'll just be like easier to talk about and just figure out, which I do feel like our strategic planning, it was really good. I felt like it was like, nice to just get like our vision down. And then that's also something we have to share with the community too, like what we're up to and like, what our plan is. But yeah.
I'm gonna say I was on the budget committee last year, so I know how tough it was.
Yeah.
So, and I understand that. But I think that, with one, we still need that strategic plan. I think that even Nick, I haven't broached this one, but that maybe on a fire side, there's a grant available for our water tanks because of the need for the water, right? So again, I think it's thinking outside the box, but we need to be more aggressive in trying to bring in revenue. And that's why I'm saying about that rate study, we're focused on water. When we're in $1 million in the red, I think we have to be proactive, not reactive. And I feel like the budget is being proactive, but at the same time being reactive. So I think that, yeah, we can't cut any more out of the budget in order to grow the district. However, we have to have a contingency plan. Like I said, plan for the worst, hope for the best.
Mm-hmm.
So Jeff, I agree that, grant writer isn't necessarily going to balance our budget, but I think that there are a number, especially when it comes to some of these maintenance items and stuff, that we can really get some potential grant money, especially when it comes to the recreation type stuff, like the money that we spend on the golf course, the money, that we spend on the playground and replacing that stuff. I think that there are opportunities there, and that's just, my knowledge. I don't know that there are for the other things. I think, cutting down grid's expenses through, us not using our own electricity, but having that solar system and stuff, I think would really go a long way as well. I don't know if we do, and this is just my ignorance, I don't know if we do have a plan for, when furloughs would be triggered or that kind of thing. Like, is there a policy? Do we have a working system for that, or is that even best practice?
I am aware that, our budget woes are not uncommon. Many cities, county, Humboldt are experiencing major deficits, and most places are at a hiring freeze. We're not proposing that in this budget, but that is the reality in other places nearby.
Yeah, I mean, a hiring freeze seems like a relatively minor, step to take, but I think that getting a I don't know if it makes sense for us to have an idea of what that means. Of it means that you don't get electricity from midnight to 2 a.m. Like, what does it look like if we're cutting stuff off? I mean, how does that? What is that?
It's an interesting concept. And I also think, Wes, that I agree with what you just said, but I think that's why I think that the grant writer is so important, because of the opportunities we're missing.
Yeah.
Right, because we don't have anyone focusing on it. If we have someone that's actually focused on it, I think that can really supplement our deferred maintenance.
Yeah.
Which is not a problem that goes away, it just gets worse.
That's the potential, Roger, right there. And they'll cover their salary as well with some of these grants as well.
Yeah.
I see the potential there.
I'm not sure that we can realize, I understand if you're, making, renovating your house, it's best to do all the renovations at once because you got the whole crew there at the same time, right? But right, it depends on your money, and I'm not sure that we can realize the same economies of scale by having all of the rate studies done at the same time. But I agree that it is a good idea to look into it because, like, I don't know that the person who does the rate study on water is going to be the same person that does it on electrical.
Well, and what Chris also mentioned was that we might be doing the one on the sewer is free, right? So again, it would just be nice to back to that, be proactive
Yeah.
and understand that, just especially when we're in the red as much as we're in the red. I'd rather be proactive and by the way, that being said, the more proactive we are, the more informative and transparent we are to the community and the ratepayers. So it's back to what Tristan said. It's not like we need to express the financial reality to the community, right? So the more proactive we are in this conversation, then we're not blindsiding anybody. It's like, yeah, well, we've been having this discussion for a number of months, if not years. And this is why, and by the way, good job on the tax thing because of how transparent and getting the word out. It passed by overwhelmingly at 75%. So I think that has to be the same narrative that if someday we need to raise the rates, we don't want to blindside anybody. We want them aware of this is the situation we are in, and we are like a city council, and we control Shelter Cove, and that's what's so beautiful about Shelter Cove. Not, all of a sudden layoffs. What do they look like? What does a hiring freeze look like? What does that really mean that we don't have power from midnight to 6 a.m? I don't know the dynamics here, but it'd be nice to at least have a plan just in case, or not even a plan, just about knowing this board needs to know that these are the ramifications that could happen. So
Anybody else? Before I go to public comment?
No, I would
Jessica?
like to remind you that part of this item includes the.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Oh,
Yeah.
Right.
oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Which I did have questions.
And the fee schedule.
Yeah, I only have like, only two small things about the fee schedule compared to last month. First, we removed the sports court related fees. Those were basically the same as the playground, like renting a sports court. We removed that for now. We also added in an emergency services fee schedule section. At least that's all in red at the end. Those are the only changes made since last month.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
Actually, we have some discussion that I like to just bring up to the board, and they might not be popular, but I would, after our strategic plan workshops, whatnot, and then going over the fee schedule, I have a couple proposals or just ideas. One, and this is I would like to see have a discussion of increasing the golf link fees, either $5 to $10. I have $10 to $20 written down, but I'm willing to go as low as $5. So that's one change I would like to see. And then the other, there's one other thing I had. Oh, and then with the fire emergency response, and I did speak with you, Nick, about this, about some of my concerns about the public CPR classes. I just wanted to make sure, and maybe you could just clarify, why we're setting up this fee schedule, and then also what we can do for people who may not be able to, may have hardships.
Yeah, so we were never included in the fee schedule. That's just that other kind of quasi fire department not being part of the RID. And that was one of the things that Jessica actually caught it. It was housekeeping was to actually formally put us into that fee schedule. We obviously bill for our mutual aid systems and stuff like that. And we have that in there now captured. If we were ever audited, we can say legally as a district, we can bill for the services on the emergency services side. The other side is stuff out in the King Range and negligent calls. Historically, we've only built that a couple of times, but obviously gross negligent, illegal burn piles, stuff like that. I can think of maybe 5 times in 15 years that we've actually done it. We're starting to get tapped quite a bit more for the false alarms out in the King Range. It's a very expensive operation to perform. We have boats, jet skis, crew time. We're doing 2 or 3 helicopters at a time, all for somebody that hit an SOS button because they were exhausted. And the hardest part for us is we don't know if it's a real emergency or if it's a false alarm until we actually get there on scene. So this opens us up the ability to actually charge for those services. It's outside of our district and it's outside of our legal requirements to provide that service, but it is a service, probably 25% of the time is a life and death service that we provide. So we want to continue that, but getting back some of the expenses, I think going forward will make it, our budget was as well, the fire department's on to that. We have equipment that needs to get replaced, here shortly on the rescue side. The CPR side, historically, we've always had either donations or we build certain entities. DOM, for example, just did a full field office CPR class here. And so we were able to build for those services, pay our instructors. Our instructor fees and our certificate fees have gone up with the third party that we have to actually purchase the CPR cards from. And so keeping up with that, the numbers that we put in the fee schedule are directly from Fortuna and Humboldt Bay Fire. So the other side to it, just like any other fees that RID charges, the fire chief or the GM has discretion on not charging those fees. So if somebody had a hardship, one of the concerns that was brought up was we don't want people to not be able to get the CPR training. We can absolutely waive those fees if we need to. However, if it's a paying entity or a business that is required by OSHA to maintain the CPR qualification, that's a business thing. It's not necessarily somebody that can't afford it. So we do want to keep that option of being able to charge for that.
In terms of that, so I was looking at the fee schedule and it was kind of unclear to me the way that it was laid out. So you have like the CPR classes, it's CPR AED half day, $45. So you can fill this room with 100 people and they only have to pay $45.
No, that's per person.
Okay. So yeah, that wasn't clear to me. So it's per person for all the CPR class section, as opposed to, so it's not per hour or anything. Okay. Maybe if we could update that to be a little bit more clear on the fee schedule here. And I think that was also another thing is I was kind of worried because this was the first time that I'd seen it as well, is that it's just for outside the district in terms of the emergency services that you're charging for.
It's special emergency services. Yeah, if you're a taxpayer, you get that unless it's negligent. So negligence is in the resource code that you can charge for negligent. DUIs, illegal burns, once it goes into a kind of a criminal case or district property, let's say somebody takes out our power lines and they were drunk driving, for example, the district could put together a claim for staff time, equipment time, and the property.
To go into that individual who did that, right? So if I, call my neighbor Jeff because he's illegally burning, you would come up and you would charge Jeff for that because he's doing this gross negligence. You wouldn't charge me for making the call.
Absolutely. That would be discretionary, right? We'll give Jeff a warning first.
Well, I mean, it depends on it depends on how egregious it is, to be fair. Or if I know one of the other board members is stealing pens all the time, right? Like you're okay. And so it's not the individual who's making the call necessarily, right? So we still want to encourage people to make calls if they see fire.
Absolutely. Like I said, in 15 years, we've probably done it 5 times. One I can think of was legal operation that rolled a hazmat truck, and we were 3 days on the scene cleaning up hazmat asphalt. So, and that was a bill to their insurance company, not
Right. And so that was the hazmat spill. That wasn't the person who said, "Hey, there's a hazmat spill over here." That was the company that had the hazmat that spilled. Right. And so again, it's still really important to report things. You're not going to get charged for reporting stuff. Okay, and then the backcountry and special rescue. So everything on here, pretty much except for the public CPR classes and the fire service instructor, is outside the district. Folks who aren't paying taxes or who don't live here. Okay.
And for the record, Wes, that will never happen. Jack.
Yeah.
Or Nick.
Yeah. Well,
It already scares me. Fire already scared me.
I know. And with that helipad there, yeah.
So could I get some feedback on the proposed increase on the golf fund fees? From the rest of the board?
I totally agree. I think $20 is more than fair. I would be up for 25, but yeah, 20.
I'd
Oh.
like to hear from golfers.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
I was gonna say, I think, yeah, once we get to public comment.
And again, these aren't like, it's not, you know, I was looking at the green fees and I'm like, okay, 9 holes for 15. Well, why don't, even if we just increased it, I mean, I would like to see it to, you know, a $10 increase, but I know that's going to be difficult for people to swallow. So I'd be like, okay, let's say 20, that's all right, a $5 increase. So then it's $20, and the cost of everything is going up. And we have maintained these rates for a very long time. And we really are trying to work hard on maintaining, even though we have people complaining, we really are trying to maintain, you know, the greens to be nice. We're looking at having a part-time employee that's just dedicated to just that, which I think is a huge, will be a huge step in being able to make sure that everything's kept to a certain standard that people are expecting. And I know it's hard to hear, but at this point, I feel like we do need to make some increases on those fees. I was looking at the other fees on some of the other, like the clubhouse, the community center and such. And I think once we really start making some really good improvements with the clubhouse, community center / evacuation center, then we'll be able to increase those fees as well. But as is right now, I don't feel comfortable increasing those fees. But this is something that we really, I believe is, we're here, you know, we're here dealing with this now. And so this is the time to have that discussion.
Well, I think, you know, part of that discussion could be, and I think Arlen might even address this, that, you know, yeah, they're getting better, but the golf course still is not in that great a shape. If we're gonna do an additive fee, which I have no problem with on the $20, but should be nice to see that added fee going directly to the golf course.
Yeah, so I don't golf, so I have no idea the reasonableness of these fees. I do know that if you're playing 18 holes, $20 for 3 hours of enjoyment is great. But, you know, the price of gas for those lawnmowers is going up. You know, it's harder to maintain those things. And so, you know, maybe these increase, maybe they don't. I don't know what's reasonable for this kind of thing.
Like I said, I don't have a problem with the increase at all.
Yeah,
I think that, you know, it's like having, you know, Pebble Beach in our coast.
Yeah, and so I would love to hear from the public on that.
Yeah. Also, I would just like to add, and I think that goes back to maintenance schedule that really, and of course this is operational, but a maintenance schedule really does need to be implemented with staff so that you know, the holiday weekends are identified, and then, or even, and just making sure, like, periodically going down and, you know, making sure that it's being kept up on from the general manager or Jessica, whoever's in charge. But, and I think that a lot of these issues will be addressed when we do have that one person that's dedicated to that. Right now, our full-time Parks and Rec person is oftentimes pulled away from those responsibilities and being sent out with utilities. And so, even though I have a hard time taking any general laborers from the utility side, I do recognize that, you know, people are very passionate and really do care about our recreational opportunities here, and especially the golf course or golf links. And I'm with you, Jeff. There is definitely some legitimate concerns and complaints, and so we want to address that. But we also have to be realistic in our staffing abilities, and these have stayed the same for a very long time. So, and prices are going up.
Well, I'm gonna say, but you know, again, I agree. I think the fee is not an issue about increasing. I have no problem with that at all, personally. I do think though that on the whole park and recs, you know, general labor, correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, but he's gonna be cross-trained.
Well, it would be primarily just Parks and Rec.
The part-time.
Okay.
I mean, there could be flagging maybe potentially during.
Yeah, but again, I love this part-time, full-time effort on just park and recs. But in reality, with Rid, we cross-train, and when you need them, you take them. Now, his primary focus is gonna be Parks and Rec, but at the end of the day, when we're too small not to think otherwise. But I have no problem on a rate increase on the green fees.
So what is your, I mean, do you think what I'm proposing, like a $5 to $10
Yeah.
increase is
Well, I
fair?
think that I would do it incrementally, maybe address it in another year, but I would say at least $5, 25 for 18.
Hold on, we're gonna get to that.
You're
grabbing numbers out of the sky. It's like Disneyland.
Arlen, please, we'll get you in a minute.
Yeah, we're having a discussion amongst the board, and then we're gonna go to public comment. And I understand that frustration, and I'm not pulling numbers out of the air. There are, in other locations, they are charging more than what we're charging. So, now
Well, and to go back to like the amount of maintenance, right? I mean, you and I were just on the budget meeting. How much was the maintenance just for the golf course? We don't really even have a real number, but wasn't it around $100,000? $100,000. So it is a loss, and I totally agree with like, keeping it going. But I think like just to keep in step, like, we're kind of not exactly at a great time, in finances. And so everything needs to be examined and addressed. And we can't, play favorites with certain, yeah. So that's all we're saying. It's like, it's kind of, our hands are kind of tied at this point, it's, yeah.
also, I would add that we are looking at all options are on the table. We are actively looking and Chris has been looking for people to come in and have other people come in privately and leasing it out. So far, those have been dead ends. So it doesn't mean that it won't happen in the future.
I volunteered.
Oh, hold on, let's wait till public comment. And so we really do need to, again, I understand the concerns and the passion, but I don't think asking for like a minimum of additional $5 more is really over the top. And then also, we were looking at what we projected this last year, which was for revenue, and it was like 12,000. We're coming under that currently. Now we have a couple weeks, so maybe we'll make it up. But it's just, this is not just about the golf links, but it's going to be going across, we're looking at everything right now. And this is a time for us to address it right now because we're doing the fee schedule. So that's where I'm at.
Yes, Jeff.
I just looked at really quick to see what the rate charges for the golf course. It's probably the most close to equal type run situation to us that I can think of. I don't really know. I don't play golf. But they charge $30 for a weekday game, $35 for a weekend game. And of course, that's, yeah, at the golf course.
Not a golf links.
For 18 holes. And then they do have your freeze rates for seniors and for kids. And then their annual passes are $1,000. And then a couple of 1,200 in the family is 100. So just giving you a frame of reference.
Anybody else before we go to public comment?
Yeah. I think that, again, which is an interesting topic, that we didn't make the budget. We still have some months to make it up. Maybe it'll come through. I guess the one thing is, I could see charging more on a weekend. I could see, not the people that really play golf are the ones that buy the yearly passes or the 6-month passes. I could see that not going up. I think we need to encourage the locals to play, especially if we're not making the numbers. So I would sure hate to raise the rates and reduce the play time. So, again, at the end of the day, it's the fine balance. There's only really a small number of people that are locals that play golf. I know I play them every Saturday. And I know how many people come and how many don't come. Out of towners that come in, that's the bonus, right? So even if there's a tiered fee schedule, but I have to say, I'd like to hear from the public.
Yeah, well, if you buy the annual individual pass for $500, if you divide it by 52 weeks, it's $9.61. So I mean, if locals
you
are
think no,
very
I'ma
concerned,
say
like
no,
maybe we
no
can
one
do a
believes
payment plan to like,
No, it does
but
52 weeks.
I know, but you know what
Yeah,
I'm
that's
saying.
right.
Okay, so if they do 26, then it's,
Also, I would add, you know, and I do appreciate the locals playing, of course. We still have to maintain the links, regardless if it's local or tourists. And and I know we hear this a lot, but as far as having a tiered pay, I don't know if that's exactly legal. And then also, again, we don't have anyone to enforce that necessarily. And so I just feel like, I don't think we're asking too much if we were to just raise it a little bit starting now. And again, it doesn't mean that we won't have to raise it later. It doesn't mean we won't, or that maybe we'll be able to keep it the same and we'll get some amazing golf grants or something. When we discuss being able to lease it out, it can't, we do have to, as a public agency, we have to make sure whoever we're leasing it to is, we have major contracts, legal contracts with them. And it's not just, we've been relying on volunteers on somewhat, and volunteers get burned out, and understandably. And so I can't say that we can just rely on that either, because we also have been doing that, and we still get the complaints. So,
You also have this fine line that's called, back to what you just said, enforcement. So you raise it too much, there's no one to enforce it, people are even paying.
Yeah.
And that's one of the biggest problems. It's not a question of raising the rates, it's also about enforcement.
And I do understand that aspect as well. But that was also the reason as to why we didn't charge for a long time, why we didn't have tie down fees, is because there's no enforcement. Well, we put a box and we created a fee schedule for that. And now we are raising money. And maybe not everybody complies, but we are getting some compliance, and that's something in the bucket. So yeah, I am pretty, I do want to hear what Arlen, and the public, I do want to hear from you, so please don't get discouraged. We're just having this discussion. But yeah, this is what I'm proposing.
All right, we're done discussing. I can move to open public comment. Everybody good? All right, public comment. Anybody want to make public comment?
I'm not gonna step in front of you.
Please be brief, sir.
And nice.
So we have out of the positives, $22,000 for estimated resident for surplus vehicles, $75,000 in labor savings by converting the Parks Department general labor position from full-time to part-time. $75,000 on one person. You have 10 people, part-time them. There's your budget. You're fixed. So if it's $75,000 to take the person that's in charge of the Parks and general labor, then how much money is still in there? So you're talking another $75,000 if you're saving $75,000. So it was $150,000 for this one labor. So $150,000, I'll run all parks and rec. I'm a general contractor. I can hire people. I can do that. Let's write some paperwork up. I'll say it again. This is not the first time I said it. So, and then about grabbing numbers, that's what I mean. You didn't even look to see what Eureka's charge was.
I actually did.
Then you should know that, okay, to make it $20 would be more money than
The 5 that oh, sorry.
and then a weekend, you could charge more for weekends. But Jeff is absolutely right. There's people out there that play all the time without paying. So if you want to increase how much money is there, have Justin put on a Marshall jacket every once in a while and just check people who are, if they have a receipt or not. It's the golf course when it was at its peak was run by it was leased. And when on hole 3, if you didn't hit it to the hole, it would roll all the way down.
That's maintenance. And if you want to charge more than Eureka, then you need to. You need to do something more. It's a 9-hole course compared to an 18-hole course. You have to maintain fire around the airport anyway. So you're going to be mowing to have an income coming from a golf link is just a little bit more work. But you don't know golf, and just to say a number, it's like I said, it's like saying you want to go to Disneyland, but you're actually going to the Humboldt County Fair, but you're charging the same amount for the Disneyland.
Thank you, Arlen.
If they
Anybody
all
else?
goes
Public
back
comment?
and kill my game.
Jack, you don't play golf.
I just personally want to see it, good morning. Yeah, I don't envy you guys
Who are
for your
you?
position. Hi, I'm Jack Hargrave, part-time person here. Yeah, I don't envy you guys at all. On the golf rates, you gotta remember, they haven't been raised since 2017 when we put in the kiosk. And I do remember some people in the back row at that point saying that they would be the marshals for the golf links, that they would make sure that people were paying. I've yet to see that. So, I mean, I don't think raising it $5 for 9 holes and maybe another $5 for 20, maybe $25 or $30 for 20 or for 18 holes. I don't think that's unreasonable. I think that's probably going right. Everything's gone up in 10 years. Absolutely everything. As you said, the fuel for the mower and everything else, what we're paying people to maintain and everything else, and it has always been subsidized by the residents. We're talking $5-10 here that may give the district an additional $500,000 in revenue a year. I mean, we're not talking much, but it is the little things. We're looking at what 1.2 million original deficit down to $900,000. We're basically double spending in the water department. Not to pick on Travis at all. I know it's not him. He didn't make the budget, but you look at our water department, our income there is $840,000 a year. Labor expenses alone, $900,000. We're already overspent on just our water department in just labor. That's not even getting chemicals or anything else to actually clean the water and anything else. So, I mean, it is hard. We definitely need to take a good look at it. Thank you, Kirsten, for, sorry, Tristan, for bringing that up, that we got to look at it now, not in 3 years when it is going to be a real pinch on it. This is something we need to fix in the next 2 years because the reserves, we were good enough to be able to save up some good reserves when the times were really good, when people were using a lot of power. I understand, we had like a year's worth of reserves. I understand that was too much. We cut it down to 6 months worth of reserves, but now, yeah, we are consistently dipping into that. And yeah, we have been overspent on budgets before, but usually it's like 100,000, 200,000, not $1 million in the red. So yeah, I wish I had more answers and stuff. I wish I had some solutions with you. I think the grants is a great thing to go. That's about the only way we're going to get these capital improvements going. I was thank you guys for allowing me to be in that whole strategic planning thing. That was really good. But as Hillary said, if we don't budget these changes, they're not going to happen. But they are, we're going to have to take a look at some real things. Unfortunately, I think it's too late, but I think we undersold or undervalued the property tax. I think we should have gone for more. Honestly, I think you guys really need to look into just a Parks and Rec type property tax because that's the one thing Parks and Rec will definitely bring people into the area, but it is a nicety on our budget. You guys are in charge of water, power, sewer, and fire. Parks and Rec, if we have it, but we need those utilities. And we're lucky enough with the fire that we do have our own tax on that. The fire is kind of self-sustaining, is that as far as that. But yeah, I mean, we need those utilities. That's what people hear. So I mean, I know myself, I would easily pay more on just a property tax for just having Parks and Rec, and then we would be able to take that Parks and Rec. I know it's small, what Parks and Rec budget's like $120,000, but at least it is something that we could put to other stuff. So yeah, looking to the future ahead, because that is what it's going to take, starting now to make the change in like 2-3 years, and get us more solid. So yeah, I know you're going to hit up some resistance, but yeah, we'll keep beating the drum for you guys. So, but thank you for being up here and being willing to do it.
Thank you. So we have a fire tax increase that we're gonna wanna do as well. So I mean, it's.
Yeah, so we didn't add the automatic, interest on our tax, so we're well below the inflation, for 10 years on our tax, and if we do increase it, we just need to get us up to that.
Okay, any other public comment?
Just quickly,
Yes, sir.
Mark Wilson, avid golfer here, played all up and down the state. I don't know the Eureka would be a fair comparison to the little golf course we got here. However, I think Santa Rosa Fairgrounds, one of my home courses, is very close to what you guys have here. And currently, they charge for regular folks. It is 905. Okay, so weekends and holidays, 9 holes regular is $21. And 9 holes seniors is $19. And then juniors, which looking at the demographics of the code, there's not a lot of juniors up here, but there's $6 and $9 respectively. So in Santa Rosa, if you don't know, that golf course is inside a racetrack, right? So it's very similar to horse racetrack. It's very similar to what we have out here. So you definitely have some room to make some moves, and you can do tiered rates for seniors versus tourists, if you will. And then, yeah, you can even, we used to do resident rates, right? We even had another tier where residents got to pay one rate, and then anybody who's not from the code would pay a different rate. So just some thoughts.
Thank you, Mark.
So, even though I would like to get this, done today, I would be open to maybe having staff do a little bit more research on how we could tier these and see what, and then like we could approve it as is, just but also knowing we're going to be bringing this particular portion back. I know we have to go back through the whole public hearing procedure process. That's why I really wanted to just raise it a little bit. But if we do want to delve deeper, I would be open to that too. I'd like to know what the rest of the board would.
I mean, I would just prefer to just raise it by the $5 in the interest of time and just getting something done. And if it's that much of a backlash, we can tier it later. But I think you brought up a good point. We're reviewing this right now. I am feeling like we should just do it today rather than burden Chris and Jessica with more things that really.
One thing I have a little bit of concern about is the actual physical kiosk and whether or not that's capable of making a change to tiered rate structure.
Okay,
You might require actually buying a kiosk.
Oh gosh. Okay, well then. Yeah.
So definitely just doing, or not definitely, but going to just raising maybe $5 across the board here, which is really very minimal. I know it's may not be popular, but it's a start in that direction.
Yeah.
When I was looking at where other people, I didn't check out the Santa Rosa, and it was hard to find golf links that were comparable to ours, and that's why my suggestion is pretty low, is because I know that we're not a full-on golf course, and we're not Eureka, we're not Benbow, and all these other places. So I just feel like we're not asking that it's time to raise it a little bit at least.
I would also recommend that if Arlen is interested, that Chris and Arlen work, and maybe Arlen can come up with an MOU and he said he's offered more than once. Chris, if you could start some type of negotiation with Arlen about this, I think the rate increase would only help Arlen anyway. So, but it would be nice to know other options on that links.
Well, I would almost put that more in Arlen's hands. I don't
Well, I
think
think
Chris
they-
needs to be reaching out. I think like if someone wants to take on the golf course, they should take it on and be like the initiator. I don't think Chris needs to
Well, I
be
think I'm
extending
open
himself.
to communication.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's doing that, but I'm just saying like, yeah,
No, I'm just saying, if Arlen's
Yeah.
interested, start a
yeah,
communication.
then he should, yeah. So do I need to make a motion to, or how does that work?
I just have one more thing to say.
I haven't even closed public comment
Yeah.
yet.
Oh,
I would also like, if we, this isn't just if we have somebody take over the golf course, it's a lease, right? And so that's a little bit more in depth than just an MOU. So whoever, whether it's a community member or whether it's another golf association type thing, like they need to come to the district with a serious proposal. And it's, in my opinion, and looking at like rates and whatnot, anybody that takes over this the golf links, if they're going to be trying to make it viable and also put some money, raise money as a business, they're going to be raising these rates a lot more. So, and I don't know that we can just say single out one community member and say we're going to do that with this one particular community member. I'm pretty sure it would have to like be a public, go out to the public as a whole and have opportunities for lots of other people and organizations to participate.
Okay, I got something to say. I am not a golfer. I'm horrible. Unless it's full contact golf, that's a whole different story. So I'll tell you all about it sometime in private. But what I do know is that we are getting comps from a golf course, which requires a lot more maintenance and a lot more attention to detail, as opposed to a golf links where you're traipsing through 3-foot-high weeds. I think the rates are fine the way they are. $5 isn't going to make or break us, and I'm the guy crying about the budget. So I say leave it alone and we look at it next year. It's
When
not
you're not
kicking the can down the road, but it's, oh, you had to go there, didn't you?
I was there.
But it's not a hot button issue. I mean, $5 doesn't make or break, me, but I don't play golf. So, but I think this hasn't been thought out thoroughly. I think we need to look at, we need to look at golf links versus golf courses and do, our due diligence. And I like the tiered rates for community members versus tourists too. If that's possible, I think that's a better idea. So I think all of this is something that we need to look at before we just jump right into it. That's just my opinion.
And I definitely appreciate that. I think, and I wouldn't mind hearing more about the tiered rate thing, but also if it does mean more money for a brand new kiosk to be able to do that rate structure. Again, we're on a very tight budget, so I don't know if that's really beneficial at this point. And again, we're here now. It's just.
Should I just have to ask, have you done any analysis on how much more money it would bring in at $5?
No, I haven't done that now.
But you're asking us to approve something based on, again, it's a variable I don't know about. Again, I'm agree with Mike. I'd like to know more.
And I do appreciate. I appreciate that. I think this is something that we have been discussing and we even brought it up in our strategic plan workshop about that. So I am a little bit surprised about the pushback, but it's fine. So yeah, it's up to you guys. I'm just throwing this out there. I kind of feel like, we're pushing things off to the people that are going to be on the board next year too. And that's when we said we're dealing with things now.
so should I make a motion?
If you want.
I haven't even closed public comment yet.
Okay, yes, you did it sound like yes. Right, now I'm good.
You know what? I just want to make a comment that like we are spending so much time talking about golf a $5 fee when we have a $1 million deficit. This is one of the things that I have a difficulty with on these board meetings is we will, Tesha is bringing up a totally reasonable fee increase, $5. We should be moved on to action item or the calendar consent by this point. That's just my opinion, and that's just my opinion. I think she's asking for something reasonable. We talked about it. We don't agree, but let's open it up to public discussion and see where it goes.
Any other public comment on this topic? No. That being said, I will close public comment and continue board discussion.
Can I get a motion to close the public hearing if you guys are gonna just?
Oh, sure.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
And I will second it.
Roll call.
Wes Bonheim,
Aye.
Jeff Hildreth,
Aye.
Kristen Sanders,
Aye.
Jessica Shane,
Aye.
Mike Solari.
Aye. Motion carries. So we are done with this now?
No, if you have any more discussion you guys want to finish, you can,
Okay.
and then it would be going on to, making a motion to approve, adopt the
Also, I want to,
policy, annual fee schedule, and also it doesn't mention here, but
Yeah.
you would be adopting resolution 2011.
Okay.
So.
Guide me.
Yeah, I think make sure that it's not just a $5 increase all around, because I don't think that would make sense.
Just for the 9 holes and for the 18 holes
I'm not,
daily. Okay, actually, yeah.
it's whatever you want, but make
Yeah.
sure that it's not just, we should increase everything by $5.
Watch me.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm making a motion to adopt, what was it, the 20, what did I have to include in here for sure? The budget, the fee schedule and the resolution, but I would like to add a $5 increase to the golf rounds for the 9 holes and then, and that's it. Oh, sorry, and then I guess a $10 for the 18 holes. Sorry, that's not a very nice one, but I'll let it stand.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Roll call.
Mike Solari,
No.
Kristen Sanders,
Aye.
Jeff Hildreth,
No.
Wes Bonheim,
Aye.
Jessica Shane.
Aye.
Motion carries. Do we have anything else to address on the public hearing? Okay, good.
I have just one question. With that addition, did we have to include that in the motion for the addition of the 13,280? Or is that, did we already,
How about the presented,
as presented? Okay, perfect. So it was good. Okay, thank you.
All right, we're moving on. Consent calendar. Anyone have anything on the consent calendar that they want pulled for further discussion? Anybody?
No.
No? Okay. Motion to approve the consent calendar.
I'll make a motion to,
Oh.
yes.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Can we loop them all in one, Jessica? Loop all 4, 5?
all the items in the consent calendar,
Yeah.
yeah.
All right, roll call.
Sorry, can you remind me who made
Yes.
I made the motion.
And then Jeff seconded. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Roll call.
Jessica Shane? Aye. Jeff Hildreth? Kristen Sanders?
Aye.
Wes Bonheim?
Aye.
And Mike Solari?
Aye. All right. That being said, we're moving on. There's no items pulled from the consent calendar, so we will start with correspondence discussion items, director's reports. And I guess, can I go first? I went to a strategic planning 2-day seminar that I was not too excited about going, but after it was done, it was very informative and very insightful. and I learned a lot. And then, of course, I did the agenda setting meeting, and I've been up here for various other things through the whole month, probably 2 days a week at least. Anyway, that's me. Next.
Yeah, the same, I attended the 2-day strategic plan workshop. Again, thank you staff for also being able to attend and taking that time. I know it was a lot, and also thank you, Jessica and Chris, for all the extra work that got put on your plate, but it was definitely well worth it. And then also, what else we did? Oh, and then we also attended more budget committee meetings and hopefully wrapping that up.
I've also attended the strategic planning conference. Yeah, it was very informative. I attended the labor negotiation, the sort of planning portion where we're kind of setting the ground rules. And I have been in discussions with a lot of the public, as well as with our general manager on various issues.
Yeah, I was at the planning meeting too, or the strategic. It was great in the back. But no, it was great, and it was really cool to like get to know John and Travis a little bit more. So anyways, yeah, just talking to the public and saying hey.
I can almost just in strategic planning, a lot of talk with the public about the tax and other issues. And also had a lengthy discussion with Hillary after the fact, or I should say 2 days ago or yesterday. And it was very a fruitful discussion, but I thought the strategic planning was very important. And I would hope that you guys have another one when the 2 new board members come in, because I think that it was very insightful and it kind of prepared you for what you have to accomplish.
Oh, Jeff, I thought you were gonna volunteer to initiate them with all your hard work.
Oh,
Come on, you can play vice president.
Do we have to?
I don't think so.
all right.
I think we're in the Humboldt County.
Okay.
He's squeaking, I hear him.
So next up is the district.
No, I think we're going to Humboldt County.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we're still at the beginning. Humboldt County correspondence.
Well, after Mary Jo's comment, it's kind of unfortunate that nobody from Humboldt County Sheriff's Office can make this meeting. Our representatives at the HCSO, Lieutenant Cal Holt and Sergeant Andrea Shera, are either off or occupied with the hiring and recruitment. Couldn't make the meeting. On other Humboldt County issues, I know at least monthly I get asked about failing culverts, county roads issues. And we have that ongoing too, so. Especially it'd be nice to have those. Division meetings.
Very good.
I have to ask Chris, back to the correspondence with the sheriff, and based on Mary Jo's emotional, concerns about neighbors stuff, is there any way that we as the board or you as the general manager can talk to our liaisons in the sheriff department and express what was discussed today by Mary Jo?
Yeah, I can definitely follow up with them on that. I know we already and on fire department, we've had our issues too. And we've done code enforcement issues, filing reports, but.
Well, again, it's that love that keeps on giving, and Nick knows it better than anyone. So maybe we have to be proactive for our community members.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd like to speak to that a little bit. There was a time in Shelter Cove not that long ago where we didn't have to deal with that. We had a resident sheriff that would go and deal with it within a day or two. And the crimes, and we've been asking for one. You guys have seen Willow Creek got 2 resident deputies in the not that long ago. Shelter Cove is a very safe place, but these little things are not necessarily represented on our crime stats that get read when the sheriff's correspondence are read. So that I think it's past what Chris and I can do, and I do think at some point it has to be a board discussion. We have had success with board letters going through the GM or the fire chief that's signed by the board and letting the county and the sheriff know what actually is going on here. This specific complaint didn't quite sit right with me. You know, Chris and I both took it all the way to the top, multiple correspondence, multiple emails. Supervisor Bushnell was involved when we first dealt with our similar issues with this person. And it does go back to code enforcement. It goes back to when you hit that top, who's there? And I personally saw Tom Allman would do that, and he had multiple times where somebody would bring in a new trailer or bring in a Connex box and would be gone the next day. And so that we have that history, we have that examples of when it worked, and he wasn't just doing crime all the time. He was truly a community liaison. And I know for the fire chief, we provide the fire rescue and EMS. We don't have that law enforcement side of public safety right now in Shelter Cove. Right? They do the minimum. They are out here. If you call 911, you will get a law enforcement officer eventually. However, having that local part is a huge chunk of what's missing in our community right now. Good, bad, or indifferent, we do need law enforcement to have a presence in Shelter Cove beyond what they do when they do their patrols or when CHD comes out. I would definitely support that, and I think that was a prime example of certain type of things that might not be technically a crime, but it does affect the community member's livelihood and how they see Shelter Cove and how they can sleep at night. So I don't want to see that continue or other people have to deal. We dealt with a similar one down here in the Lower Cove as well 4 or 5 months ago. Community member came in and complained about a code enforcement that somebody was urinating in front of his daughter. So it's not the RID's enforcement. We can do what we can to push up the chain, but we do have to follow up on some of these to make sure it's still on their radar at the county level.
Well, as a board member, I would be on something that goes further.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I definitely think that we shouldn't just let this get lost in the wind, so to speak. That was a very troubling account of what happened and the assaults that are taking place. And I am very troubled by hearing that basically they were told there's nothing that can be done. I just, that's not a good answer at all, and I don't even think it's correct.
So, Chris, if you want to formulate a letter in discussion, I would love to sign it.
Okay, yeah, I can certainly draft up a letter and full board can sign it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can support that.
It's gonna blow.
And it would definitely need to be not just for code enforcement. I think it, like bringing in Sheriff Hansel, like making him aware of what's happening, and the response that we're getting from deputies is unacceptable.
Yeah.
On that time frame for a plan for a resident deputy out here is what I would push for, just from my position, having that partner in law enforcement.
Well, I think maybe this is the catalyst,
Yeah.
right? You know, I mean, in this letter that's unacceptable that I'm willing to sign, I would also like to include what Nick just said.
Yeah, a time frame.
I do know in the
Definitely.
past, when there was a resident deputy, the capital expense line item to assist that deputy with housing costs.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think we're.
Yeah, I mean, I
stretched.
think that's just like par for the course. Like, yeah, we do need a sheriff.
I'll tell you
Yeah,
this.
I'm sure we could find
I
opportunities.
sure wouldn't be happy if it was me, so I need to pass that one on. I mean, it's just not right.
Hmm. Yeah, and maybe there is a way we can like do monthly and just like, kind of like our grievances and really get them just like, yeah, Michelle, to the sheriffs. I don't know all the, people, but, just like a monthly, like our grievances, like, yeah, what we want. And,
That would do the
Yeah, I
communication with the county.
yeah. But just make it a habit and not just like a 6-month thing. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I agree.
Cool.
All right, move on. Everybody's good?
Mm-hmm.
Correspondence discussion item number 3, district strategic planning.
Yeah, so I know you've all mentioned it. So since the previous regular board meeting, senior staff and the board attended the 2-day strategic planning workshop with the consultant facilitator. 2-day workshop focused on district leadership training and refining the district's strategic plan, also serving as a team building exercise. Senior staff and the board reviewed 5 3-year goals with numerous objectives, refining the objectives down for each goal. These decided upon objectives will be incorporated into the budget process, which we've already done here. And the remaining objectives were shelved in a parking lot for future implementation as resources allow. And going forward, the plan is to present this finalized strategic plan at the next regular board meeting for official approval and public viewing. And I've been working with Hillary South, the consultant facilitator on the side, getting that finalized. So it should be at the July regular board meeting.
Okay. For input,
I can't express enough the gratitude that I can show for Hillary. And Chris, after talking to Hillary, he is very impressed with you and all the extra time and energy you put into the strategic plan. So my hat's off to you as well. And Jessica, by the way, he picked on you too, but he did mention you.
all right. Session?
Yeah, again, just big thanks to Jessica and Chris and all the superintendents and of course Chief Pape. I think it was a really good experience for us as a board to do this workshop together and along with the superintendents and to really get on the same page about how we can approach these larger capital improvement projects and or what's necessary to do first, right, before we can get to those stages. And I'm looking forward to seeing some kind of capital improvement project plan as well coming out of this, because that will help cement the strategic plan as well. And moving forward, it is my hope, you know, and of course it depends on the next two board members and such, but moving forward, definitely making sure that we're revisiting the strategic plan, preferably with a third party before we begin our budget process, so that we can make sure that we're still aligned in alignment and making sure we're on the same page. And yes, major props and thanks to Hillary Strauss, who came in and really, I think he was impressed with the district and whatnot, but he definitely recognized on how difficult it is that we are multiple community, utility, infrastructure districts wrapped up into one, and most places are not like that.
We're complex.
Yes, we're complex. Yeah, he did speak very, he did speak very highly of all the superintendents and folks as well. And these things are open to the public. So the strategic planning thing that we went to, the public, you know, is welcome to join. It's an agendized item, just like any of these other things that we do. So.
Okay.
I wanted to point out one thing too, is that I know what came out of it may not be like maybe what the community was looking for. You know, this new swimming pool, for instance, new water plant, EV charger, solar panels. But what we did get out of it was the foundation to get to those places.
Exactly.
We'll see. But you know, it was a financial analyst, rate system assessment study, grants analyst. That will help us get to those things that everyone wants to see. So that have a foundation.
Yeah. Yeah, it was really nice to have an outside point of view.
Fresh eyes, and again, having John and Travis, and not to neglect Jack and Nick. It was very well done. But I think the most important part, in my opinion, was strategic plan. There was 3 to 5 years out to get to see the 1-year plan, but knowing what you're trying to achieve in the future, I think it's going to put you on the right path.
So do we post that anywhere, like what it ended up being for the public? Like, is that on our website or anything, or?
This should be in the board packet next month.
Okay, cool.
So kind of finalizing.
Oh, okay.
Presentable.
Great.
And Hillary's still working with you on that?
Yes.
Yes.
I'll be meeting next week.
He was, and that's mostly volunteer time on his part.
Yeah.
Yeah, he only showed up for the cost to come out.
Exactly. Usually if we were bringing in a third party facilitator, which is highly recommended, it would be thousands and thousands of dollars. And he volunteered his time, both with all the pre-meetings that he did with you and staff. And then I think we just paid for lodging and food. So it was definitely a labor of love on his part, and but so beneficial for us.
And his wife, 2-for-1 package.
It was great.
Yeah, the plan is, like I said, it'll be presented next month, and then hopefully going forward after that, quarterly updates.
Okay.
Great. Okay, we're all done with district strategic planning, everybody? All right, moving on. Number 4, I was gonna do it at the end. Sports court update.
Okay, so this may be the last sports court update. Since the last board meeting, Shelter Cove Pickleball Club volunteers painted the court lines. Six Rivers Portable Toilets delivered the ADA accessible portable toilet, and staff secured it to the concrete pad. Staff installed the ruled signage onto the court fencing. The county building department signed off on the project. Staff also submitted a progress report and final reimbursement request to the grant administrator, as the construction project is now complete and all grant funds are exhausted. And you can see in the board packet the summary of income and expenses below. One thing I wanted to point out, and I should have brought up this question, what you see in the board packet is this fiscal year, 25-26 budget expenses amounts to about 191,000. We had spent about 48,000 in prior fiscal years on this project. So all told, the project cost about 240,000. And as the table shows, the sports court construction project officially went over budget for this fiscal year by about $1,151. Any future costs for the court will have to be budgeted for in the next fiscal year. We did not actually include anything in the budget for that. It'll probably have to come out of the general fund part related income, if we have any, for that project. So that may involve such potential charges as landscaping, vegetation, optional windscreen material for the fencing, a drinking fountain, and whatever else may arise. I did look up drinking fountains. They're actually pretty pricey. I didn't realize how much they cost, like $5,000 to $10,000 for drinking fountains. So we need to budget for.
Hook up a hose.
I was the one that had a dog bowl at the bottom, and the 2 different layers. You can get pretty fancy drinking fountains.
I think down there would be a deer bowl.
Yeah.
Pickleball bake sale.
Yeah. So just like I said, this could be the last update. I think there's no more project there, so it's just maintenance now.
All right, any board members got any comments, questions? Nope.
Yeah, just real quick. I know this has been a long process and at times very contentious. However, I do want to say thank you to everybody, and it is pretty much done for other than these a few more side things that need to be added. I do think we need at some point, I'm not saying right this moment, but at some point we need policies that address all of our recreational areas, including the sports court, just making sure everybody's using it as it's supposed to be, but it's in writing. And also, I did voice this with you, Chris. I just want to make sure that we're compliant with any signage that is down there or that people are putting down there, that it follows what the permits stated. And so I know I already addressed that with you, but it's probably, we can't just have people putting signs on there without prior approval, and that kind of thing.
Okay, anybody else, sports court update? No? We'll do public comment at the end of the correspondence discussion item, so let's move on to special tax increase proposal update.
Okay. We share. Okay, so since the last board meeting, the voting for the special utilities improvement and operations tax increase proposal, Measure A, ended on June 2nd. As of June, yesterday, 17th, as of June 17th, the measure is passing with 76% of the vote. As a reminder, the measure needed a 2/3 majority to pass, which is about 67%. So the following chart, you can see on the screen, this is the most up-to-date, displays the 4 post-election report results from the Humboldt County Office of Elections. And you can see it was a total of 189 yes to 61 no. See the percentage there. The county will continue to update the election results on a weekly basis on Wednesdays and Fridays until the election is certified. And as of yesterday, June 17th, all ballots have now been processed, but there are still 243 ballots left to cure, as they put it in the county. And what that means is there was an issue with the signature on the envelope. They recontact the voter to make sure they can get those votes counted. It most likely will not change the effect of this vote. Upon certification of the election, if the measure passes, the additional charge will appear on property tax statements beginning this upcoming fiscal year, 2026-27. And I wanted to hash out those numbers a little bit, but 189 to 61, 250 total votes. I don't know exactly how many total registered voters there are in Shelter Cove, but if the vote needed 66.67% to pass, that would have been 167. Yes, so we passed that measure by 22 vote margin at these numbers. Like I said, an estimated increase in revenue from the tax based on current taxable parcels is $230,000 per year. And recommendation is just to review the proposal and discuss. Like I said, this probably will be the last time we talk about this. I may bring it back one more time since when the election is certified. It's a done deal. But
Anybody else? Questions, comments on this one?
I just want to say thank you. I know this was a lot of work. I do wish we had asked for more, but that's fine. I do want to thank community members for their support. I know this is, again, it's ideally, it doesn't look like it's adding that much, but for people, for many of us, it does affect our pocketbooks. And so I appreciate the support. I know it's not easy, but this does go to utilities, and I think that is something we all benefit from. So.
Anybody else? Ooh. Anybody else? No? All right.
I wanted to clarify one thing. So I didn't know what undervotes or overvotes meant. I looked up. I think there are 14 now undervotes. What that means is it was a eligible ballot that there was not a vote on it. And then an overvote would be vote yes and no.
Oh.
No overvotes, but about 14 undervotes.
Fantastic.
Interesting.
All right. Let's move on.
Public comment?
I'll do it at the end of the correspondence.
Okay.
Let's do an update for fiscal year 24-25 changes to utility connection fees in ordinance number 72.
All right, so background, in May of last year, the board voted to decrease the capacity charge component of the utility connection fees in ordinance number 72 from $9,000 to $5,000 per utility. This brought the total connection fees down for all 3 utilities from $33,950 to $21,950. At the time, the board also requested a yearly review of the ordinance, with the first one set for June of 2026. So here we are. So as of the end of May 2026, last month, there have been 6 residential connections this fiscal year. Not all of them include all 3 utilities. I'll point that out. This number of connections is greater than the total connections during each of the 4 previous fiscal years, which were 4, 2, 2, and 1 respectively. As a result, the revenue generated from these connections is also greater, and I'll go ahead and share my screen on that. So following is a graph, and I'll show you chart 2 of the total revenue generated from utility connections for the past 6 fiscal years, plus the revenue to date for this fiscal year. This data includes the capacity charges and connection fees for each utility. So you can see in the gray shaded, and it's a little fuzzy there, but in the gray shaded rows is the total capacity charges and the total connection fees. And you can see this fiscal year we're at $131,000. see the previous years, we haven't been at that level since 2020, 2021. As the data shows, this fiscal year's utility connection revenue is the greatest it's been in 5 years. I'll show you the chart there and visualize it. It's difficult to determine if the uptick in connections is due to the decrease in the capacity charge. It's unknown if the connections would have occurred at a higher rate or if they were incentivized to occur at a lower rate. They are there nonetheless. And then I did have to do kind of a hypothetical. So if we had not lowered the rates, what would we have earned? If the fees had not been lowered, the increase in revenue at the old rate for these 6 connections would have amounted to $48,000. So in essence, you could say we lost $48,000 by lowering these fees. However, we did gain in sum net total. You can see that on this first shows you the amount, that 48,000. So you can see those 6 connections, 5 of them were electric, and then 2 of them had all 3. You can see that. So subtracting $48,000 from the total revenue generated at $131,250, it still leaves a total of $83,250. I know the math doesn't quite work that way, just hypothetical, which is still higher than the 2 previous fiscal years combined. So staff recommend maintaining the connection fees as is and continuing to monitor how they may affect the total number of future utility connections. The office is aware of at least a few more connections coming soon. So I would say so far so good on this, but like I said, it's difficult to determine causation correlation on the number of connections and the fees.
Great.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Any of these numbers again?
I agree. I think, thank you for the data. And yeah, it's too soon to tell how this is actually impacting our final, our budget. I do have a little bit of, like, I know it's good to bring in more customers to our customer base. That's great. I just want to make sure that it still is enough. I mean, we're adding more people to the infrastructure itself. So just making sure that as we add more people that we're still covering our costs. I did talk with John on some of the electrical hookups costs, and we're kind of right there as far as we're definitely not making any money or for future costs for maintenance. It's just for the actual hookups. So the buy into the infrastructure, I still have concerns about. Many of us have paid higher costs to buy into the infrastructure. So I still have those concerns, but I am happy to see that there are more hookups.
Anybody else?
We the buy-in charge is what we changed, the capacity charge.
Yeah.
The actual physical charges of what it takes to actually do the hookup. That's the connection fee charge. And yeah, it's, some of them take a little bit more work than others. I think that would be a good study.
Yeah.
We're breaking even on that.
Okay. Anybody else before we move on? No? All right. All right. We will move on to consider updates to policy number 2010 pertaining to employees in the confidential unit.
Okay, so normally when we update the MOU, we also update the policy 2010, which is for those employees not in the MOU. But I brought this up as a discussion item, and then we'll probably bring this up as action item moving forward. So it's also necessary to change this policy due to the change of district healthcare providers and due to the expiration of the MOU, like I just mentioned. The policy 2010 usually mirrors the MOU, and so there will most likely be further changes to 2010 once the MOU is updated. One item of policy 2010 that I want to bring this up for further discussion relates to the 9-8-80 work schedule, which was incorporated into Article 4 of the policy 2 years ago. Currently, there is only 1 of 3 full-time office staff that utilize this schedule, plus the GM. That's 2 here. The other 2 office staff may be interested in beginning the schedule, and doing so raises a few questions and points. First, if all office staff adhere to the 9-8-80 work schedule, first of all, do you know what that is?
No.
So one week you're working 4 9-hour days and 1 8-hour day. The next week you're only working 4 9-hour days, so there's a 3-day week. If all staff adhere to that schedule, then the office could remain open for 1 extra hour Monday through Thursday to 5 p.m. instead of 4 p.m. This may be beneficial for some customers. Also, with minimal staffing on Fridays, it may be best to close the office altogether on that day. The staff that are working on Friday can better focus on their projects and various administrative tasks without interruptions. Alternatively, office staff schedules can be staggered so that there's always at least one office staff member available on a Friday, barring any other cause of absence. This would allow the office to remain open on Fridays, but it may be difficult to maintain the schedule because of personal staff schedules. The workload for the present staff member may also become overwhelming if there's a high public demand on that Friday. Plus, there's additional security issues to it because there's one person in the office. Might be an issue. Staff would like the board's input on the topic of extending office hours to 5 p.m. Monday through Thursday and closing the office on Friday. This is a discussion.
Well, I think I'll go first if you guys don't mind. I remember when this first came up, this 9880. I'm very familiar with it. I did enjoy it as a state employee. But I think the office needs to be open, and this came up when we were discussing bringing this on board to, well, can we rotate the schedules and things like that? And so we could keep the office open, and the answer was yes. Oh yeah, for sure. If one does it, the other one could do the other week, and so on and so forth. And now we're back to the same discussion about possibly closing the office. I don't know what that impact would look like to the community. If some people rely on being able to come down here and pay their bill, a lot of people pay on the very last day. And if that falls on a Friday, we could have a problem. So, I mean, there's a lot to think about with this. So I'd like to hear some input from the rest of the board.
So I think the idea of closing the office on Fridays, I don't have as much of an issue with it. What I am surprised about though is that we don't really have any Dropbox for people to put checks and stuff. So there's the door slot, so people can still pay their bill on Friday, so to speak, if that's the last day.
Yeah, and since the implementation of the new utility billing software, there's been some more online payments. So.
Okay, yeah, because I mean, I'm down here all the time, so now I pay by check here, but before that I was just paying online. But so if there is a Dropbox on Friday, available for people to drop their stuff off on Friday, I think that would make sense that, if Jessica comes in on Monday and somebody's got a bill that's been paid and the last day to pay it was Friday and we're not checking till Monday anyway, I mean, that gives you 3 more days in theory to pay it. So
I'm not opposed to it, but
yeah.
The discussion had come up and said, no, we're not going to do that. So now we're discussing doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're worried about
I'm worried about the public having access to the office for various reasons.
for more than just paying bills?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What about something, I mean, I've always thought that maybe the office should be closed for like certain hours, like open Monday through Friday, but maybe closed like from 9 to, 11. I've always thought that there is like a high disruption. I mean, being one of the disruptors. I think that is a little strange that at any point I can almost for sure talk to either like Chris or Jessica or Brooke or, which I feel like you guys should be doing like higher level stuff, even if I'm coming in with what I think is important. That's actually probably not necessarily true. And it is, it interrupts like the workflow. So, I mean, I would like to see something where it's like, yeah, that the office is closed, for 3 hours a day. I mean, the DMV, you just get used to it. But I could see being open still 5 days a week. But there should definitely be a big block of time where it's like uninterrupted, and just always set that way.
Or by appointment?
Well, not even by appointment. Like they would have to make by appointment later in the day or whenever, just because I feel like there is like a workflow interruption here, that But okay, yeah, so maybe by appointment. Okay, I can see. Yeah, maybe some by appointment. But I think just having like a block set out where you guys know that you're not going to be interrupted at all, no matter what, I think that's super important going forward. I don't know if that's what this was trying to do for Fridays, but if only one person's in there, I don't know, yeah, how beneficial it is. And yeah, maybe starting something where you're just like, okay, 9 to 11, we're closed, or, you know, maybe,
I'm not opposed to just closing Fridays if that helps the workflow and things like that, gets things done. I'm not opposed to it. It's just, the public's gonna have a tough time getting used to it for one.
mhm.
But then what if, that last day to get your bill paid falls on, is there gonna be an issue? That I
Yeah.
don't know.
Well, I'm gonna say I used to like the DMV open in Garberville or right away, whatever that center is. Now it's only 3 days a week. But you get used to it, but I'll tell you this, I sure ain't going. I'm like, oh my God, I forgot it was Friday. And there's no DMV opens. I gotta do it again. I have a couple of questions. One, obviously it's coming back up because staff probably is recommending that. I also think that how much on a typical Friday, how many people actually come in? Curiosity.
I don't know if I can specify a big, a very specific number. It varies greatly. But I will say that I
Give me
do
an
notice
average.
that most people do come in on either Monday or Friday.
Okay, so
For the
they're,
most part.
Yeah.
so then maybe
I would
that's
say
not the day to
If
close.
it's a bill
Mhm.
Friday, we're talking 30 people.
Okay,
If
so,
we're
but,
talking a regular Friday,
well, so maybe you don't pick a Friday, maybe pick a Wednesday. Maybe, I mean, again, if it's about workflow, I don't recommend that you have just one individual. Because we've had problems with people coming in where thank God you had someone else here because they had attitude. So if it's about workflow, maybe pick another day. If most people come in on Monday and Friday, then that's probably not the day to consider closing it. But I'm gonna go with like Mike. I don't have I'm not opposed to a day being closed, but we need to, if we are gonna consider it. And I like Tristan's idea. Maybe it's Wednesdays. It's not open for a half day. But again, if it's about workflow, um, I think the biggest factor is staff would love to have that 3 day weekend.
That's
I
the
get
benefit
that.
of 9880,
Yeah.
right?
Right, so, I'm gonna say if I was working, I want that 3 days, so it's something to think about. But I think that even that, can't you structure it in such a way that you can still have Friday open with two people and one person gets a 3 day work weekend and then close it on Wednesday? I would think it's about scheduling, but that's not my job. My job is to hear it.
So this doesn't actually like save on labor costs or anything. It's just a rescheduling of hours, and then we get you guys one day less in the office. Yeah, I don't know if I'm really into that right now, honestly, now that I'm like thinking about it, just because I do feel like we are at like such a crucial time, I don't know, in RID, that I feel like maybe your availability to the public should be like a little bit reined in, but I think having you in the office at this time, I don't know, that's just my opinion.
Of course, I do think it's really important that we, because this does impact the public a lot, and then also, but it really impacts staff. I definitely would not feel comfortable having, like everyone else is saying, just one person in the office on Friday, taking money and all of that. That is just not good security measures. I think people would get used to it after a while if we picked a Friday to close. And then people also have more online opportunities to pay their bills than we didn't have in the past. So that's good. So I would be open to a Friday closure. I think the middle of the week closure doesn't really, it's a little bit, I feel that would be disruptive. I would like to also just input that while I don't know about being closed for hours each day is beneficial, I do think there is merit to having people schedule appointments with Chris and with Jessica and Brooke. Like if people need more in-depth one-on-one time, I think for time management, that appointments are needed. I know in the past we've had general managers have had an open door, quote unquote, open door policy. And that from what I've observed and has been very disruptive to workflow. And so I would like to see, like you're saying, Tristan, a rein in on just the open, being able to access the general manager or Brooke or Jessica with inundating with just questions that they feel are important, which are important, but if they are that important, then they should be making appointments so that staff can focus. And then I also, there's some other things that I know Chris, you and I discussed as far as being able to, with the office clerk that is full-time, we did leave it in the job description to include other duties, which is pretty vague. But if that individual was willing to do some more cleaning in the clubhouse, those Fridays would open that up as well. And then we would also be making sure that, the community center, clubhouse, evacuation center is clean before the weekends and whatnot, so that, when there are things happening there, we know it's clean and it's not just being cleaned once on Sundays. So my personal feeling is that we would go with the closing on Fridays and then having whatever staff is supposed to be, however they schedule it, doing their work on those days. Still there, but not open to the public, but being able to really focus on their more in-depth tasks. That would be my recommendation, but it's also, I would want to go with what staff really feels like would be most beneficial.
I think that, I disagree with you, Tristan, and I think that going to a 9880 or allowing the staff the opportunity to do that is a way to attract folks to want to work for us by allowing a certain amount of flexibility there. And especially because we live in such a nice place, having folks have that opportunity to have a 3-day weekend, I think it would be a perk that we can offer, since we're not really in a position to give people more money. And if that means that on occasion the office will be closed on Friday, or when the bill is due on a Friday, we do have a Dropbox. So I don't know that that's going to matter, Mike, because they'll still be able to pay their bill on that Friday when it's due. You just won't be able to interact with our lovely administrative staff that day. And so they can come by on a Thursday if that's what they want to do. So I'm in favor of this if it helps staff and if it is beneficial to them. I think being able to support our staff in ways besides giving them more money, which we don't have, is important.
I would suggest that it's not every Friday. I could right now say, yeah, we should be closed every third Friday of the month, just like we have a board meeting. But I could see twice a month closing the office on Fridays, and that would give you pretty much, I would think, based on the limited amount of staff, where each staff member could actually still have a 3-day weekend once a month, right? I would think if it's closed 2 Fridays a month, or allow more work product. So I could go either way. I agree with Les as far as retention.
I do understand that a couple times a month. I think that might get a little confusing for the public. I think just having everybody's gonna be questioning, oh, is this the Friday they're open? Is this not the Friday they're open? And that's gonna lead to confusion. Oh, I thought you were gonna be open this Friday. And then we're gonna hear those complaints. I feel like if we just, again, I just make a make a decision, or, and this isn't even an action item right now, right? We're just discussing this.
Correct.
So, I think we should just like pick if it's gonna be Friday or if it's Monday. Either one, one of those two things, then, but definitely, I like it. I would like to see consistency. I think that's important.
Yeah, and I also like the idea of you being open till 5 because I get done at 4:30 and shit, I can't come down. So yeah, I think that'd be
Yeah.
great.
So I recommend that you bring this back next month as an action item, and let's be done with it.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point, because this discussion, there is nothing in policy 2010 that actually dictates the hours of operation in the office. This is just sort of our own policy.
Yeah.
I don't know if we just have that policy.
We don't.
Set in a resolution in the house, I don't know yet. But I did just want to make a little bit of comments. The reason the idea of a Friday closure is, well, currently we are doing the Fridays, but if it is a limited staff working on that day, then pretty much their day will be focused on customer service, potentially, because there will be only 1 or 2 people in the office, in the front office part. There might be 2 people within the office. So that person will probably only get customer service work done, they won't get other work done. So that was the idea behind closing Fridays. To me, the bigger issue is, or what should be addressed is that if there are utility failures or issues, and so I would say that would be the same thing as possibly the on-call phone being utilized on that day. And so I think that that's a different discussion and maybe a different burden on other staff if the office wasn't closed on Fridays.
But with that said, when we're talking about the Fridays being closed, we're not talking about that. There wouldn't be staff in the office to answer out in the field staff questions.
Maybe, but if somebody's on the phone, they're not picking up that other phone call.
Right, but they can get back to them as soon as possible, right? Ideally. So, I mean, it's not that the staff won't be available for the out in the field staff.
Right, really, yeah.
If we're not open to the customers, we're only dealing with in-house work and out in the field staff. They would be available for that still. Correct. What's that?
If everybody's on the same 988, then there would be a Friday where nobody's here to close.
If we can straddle the hours.
Okay, so yeah, and I thought you guys were straddling.
It's option, it's not been discussed formally.
Goes back to the one person here, maybe, because there's only 3 of them are Chris.
Yeah, I guess that is something to further review on how that impacts the out in the field staff.
And I did want to remind you that the 980 schedule is already for.
Exactly. So we're just, yeah, I would be, like I said, I'd be open to closing the office to the public on Fridays. And then if there's somebody in the office, then that's great. Or just doing in-house things. I think that's more consistent.
Yeah, I want to point out, as Wes pointed out, even though if we went this way, even if we were closed on Friday, we would be open an extra hour for the other 4 days of the week. Also, regarding the bill due date, I think staff discussed that a little bit, and there could be some changes there regarding so they don't fall on those off days.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and that's more done with internally and not really with the board. Okay, thank you.
Personally, I think it should be a staff decision. I feel like I'm micromanaging.
Policy, you guys will have to
Yeah.
do the policy as presented, but how it's built.
Yeah.
Okay.
We would approve the policy and then they would work out the kinks.
It's just a good discussion.
Yeah,
Okay, good.
but they would still need to bring back this as an action item to approve the actual.
2010's gonna have a lot of updating. Once
Maybe, so that's when we'll bring it back or I don't know.
Yeah.
Would that be when we would actually revisit it? Okay.
I like it. I like the dialogue. I like the back and forth. I'd like to hear the impacts. I did think that opening a little bit later, other days would benefit people who have jobs less. And, you know, I don't think about that sort of thing. But,
Yeah, but I mean, that's one of the comments, and again, I agree with you, Mike, as far as they want to hear more about it, but, you know, when does your office open? Okay, and what's the volume? I mean, do you get more work done in the morning or in the afternoon?
Yeah, it's been slow. It's very rare anybody comes in. There's like one-
Right, so again, I would hate to, because that's work product, you know, no one's coming in, so you get to really get some work done. So I'm gonna go back to what I said before, I don't wanna micromanage Chris or Jessica. I can approve a policy, but I don't wanna do your job.
Yeah, I mean, I think it sounds good. I would just, yeah, I would also like to see like, yeah, that 8 to 10, maybe that could be like sacred hours for you guys during the work week too. That could somehow be incorporated in.
Listen, however we can help you, we're here.
Yeah.
to help.
okay. Anybody else? No? All right. Let's move on to the big one. My favorite word. SCADA system discussion.
Oh, boy.
After this
sorry.
one, I'm gonna do it for everything, because we got a big crowd. I know we gotta get through a lot.
You're not up here.
Regarding the SCADA system discussion, I know you just got some material from Travis, I'll relate some of that verbally.
Yeah, we'd like to actually push this out for next month. We're still waiting on Sierra's full quote right now.
Mhm.
And then I'm reaching out to Jacobs Engineering, who Fort Luna is actually utilizing right now. And they have abstract information, that was only part of the discussion. There's more information, but they have abstract updates on the whole file right here. So it's limited. That was presented to you guys. Should have been more, not necessarily ready. But what I can say is that we're not the only district or agency in this situation. I reached out to Brian Isla, he's the Public Works Director for CUNA, and he informed me that, well, their system's broken, brittle, and in the process of a full replacement right now. They're actually going to fiber optics, and they don't even have
A radio.
issues or anything.
Yeah.
So, just to let you know, Eureka was in litigation with ArcSign, another company, on the wastewater side. So this is a major issue. We're trying to weed out the bad actors, I guess, and Aquaseer is familiar. I presented the one from 2023, which is, it's not going to be anything. It's just that quote right there is literally just for input output of data, software, hardware. It's not line of sight. It's not, you guys can look at it, full scope there. Then there's a little bit of information there from David, but just as a comparable, to see, you know, prices, what you can do, or what he's doing for the prices that he's offering. There's going to be pretty much nobody out there as a company as a whole that's going to try to work through two systems, piecemeal them together and make it work. He's highly capable of doing it. He's done it for other areas, but we need to see Aquaseer's full quote. We need to see Jacobs Engineers, and then you guys can really see that full assessment of the SCADA system as a whole.
Okay, Travis, I've got one for you. How much time you been putting on this? I mean, not more than the money alone is like, wow. It seems like it's back to that love that keeps on giving from a problem child, right? And so how much money are we gonna really save if it's fully incremented into the system? And I'm gonna go back to your timing. I can't imagine the amount of time you've been spending on this. And it doesn't seem to be getting any better.
It's definitely an issue that we were left with and we have to deal with.
That doesn't mean you need to keep following the same trail.
Well,
When you're lost, when you turn around.
you have to have comms for operation, for operation of emergency services and whatnot. I mean, it's crucial to have SCADA. So to not want to implement SCADA, and it's almost like multiple, it's eyes out in the field, so you can remotely look at. We have 37 sites. We can't be going and driving boots on the ground to every 37 sites.
I agree. I agree. I'm just,
Within those sites, they're crashing. Nothing's talking, nothing's working. Right now, we're trying to do this in-house with like a general labor. I mean, everywhere else, they're engineers that specialize in SCADA that do this. For Dylan or me or everybody else to try to reinvent the wheel and do this in-house, it's gonna never stop bleeding type of thing. I mean, we did that for 3 years with 4 to 6 staff members for 3 years. Look where it got us.
so is there, and I'm just asking, is there grants available that can help us through this issue?
Yes, there's money out there. We need the full assessment. We need full quotes. And right now, ESS is looking, grants analysts, potential. So, the money's out there. We just got to be patient and keep on trying. And we can work with David, try to do parts of it. It's going to be, I think we really need to look at the whole quote as a whole and then see if we want to try to work through it with David or just get it all done, knocked out.
Well, I was going to say, I know that it just takes a lot of your time. And thank you, by the way. I'm not picking on you. I'm just curious.
Yeah, it's frustrating every morning. We come, I wake up at 5:30. I typically turn on Jerry pumps. I can't turn on anything lower to start moving water until I get to the SCADA office to reset on 6 to 7 column bills. Is it, IV conflict? Is it a calm setting? Who knows? But having Dylan is highly intelligent, has actually pushed us a lot further along on the radio part. But our radio path study right now, and where our ruggeds and basically the SCADA packs are communicating, even that was not documented correctly, and nothing's in line. We're tracking it. We're getting a lot further along, but we have a lot of missing parts here.
And so I think we need to be careful about the language we're using here, right? You've made some pretty significant strides just in the time that I've been here.
Yeah.
So I think to say nothing works and nothing is getting better, I think is an injustice to you and your department, because you guys have made pretty significant improvements from my understanding in my conversations with you and your department. So, I think to say, oh, it's just terrible is an overstatement. And I think that it definitely could be better and it should be better and it needs to be better. You guys don't have the capacity to do that. And so the idea here is that we're bringing someone in that can do that. And you're asking us to now push this back so that you can give us a few more quotes from other folks. Okay, so it has been improving. There is a light at the end of the tunnel potentially. It's just a matter of making these incremental changes isn't going to work. We need to bring someone in, and you're researching who to bring in.
Right. Yes. But David, with even the program and the SCADA part is actually programmed pretty well. It's the software, the HMI, human media interface, which is basically your screen, your graphic, like what you can see. I call it ghosting. Well, the SV valves, which basically drops down water. They're all green, showing that they're moving water. When I turn on a booster pump, it won't show that it's on. So it's a lot of stuff that operation we know that's not working, but anybody else that sees it or you try to train, they won't be able to operate it.
Yeah. So it does need to be fixed, and we have been making strides. So
yes.
Yeah.
It is improving. David Asher did move Master SCADA computer down from the community center over to wastewater. Massive move. He has a lot of good recommendations for cell use instead of radio, getting amplifiers and boosters on specific sites like water treatment plant, Kennedy. It's got a lot of great ideas. Actually, talking to other companies, realizing that we've gotten a lot for what we paid them so far.
It's good to hear.
And didn't he mention something about fiber optics too?
Yes, you did.
And I appreciate you, having to spend so much time on getting more information so that the board can be looking at this as a whole and not just what it takes to piecemeal things together. And so just for one more clarification, what we paid him was and what we were agreeing to, and I don't even know that I understood it at the time. But we were just paying him to move from where the SCADA system, the main frame, so to speak, the master, from where it was located over to where it needed to be. Correct? That's what we were paying for. Correct. Okay. So yeah, I think it would be good. It would behoove the board to have a comprehensive plan and quote on what it's going to take us to get this implemented fully, and not just band-aiding it and trying to continue to do things in-house, because that is, as we have found over the years, costing us more in the long run. Thank you.
Anybody else? No? Okay, we can go to public comment. Is there any public comment on any one of these 8 topics that we just went over? Okay. Jack Hargrave.
Hello again. Yeah, actually, I just wanted to comment real quick on the 9880 thing. As somebody who's here basically every Friday, one of my normal scheduled days, I think you'll definitely see a benefit in increasing that extra hour. Because I definitely do see people just kind of cruising in here between that 4 and 5 o'clock, and they just do the loop. Oh, grab their clothes and head on back out. As Jeff said with DMV, it may suck at the start, but people will adapt. If you're closed on Fridays, people will adapt. They'll just figure, especially if it's consistent. If you're trying to do like an every other Friday, people will then they will curse, But if it's every Friday and consistent, people will adapt. As was stated, I think it's a very, very easy and no cost employee benefit and retention. It basically does nothing. And having been honestly in Chris's seat, the amount that your day is broken up by just public coming in and trying to get access is immense. I mean, it's constantly breaking up, the workflow and everything. So I think having that Friday with doors closed, people able to get work done, it will be invaluable. The amount of stuff that they'll be able to accomplish in those days. And I know I'm surprised it didn't come up, but I know last time I remember the big hold up or the big push against being open on Fridays is we get the out of towners who come in for mainly just maybe only a weekend, and that may be their only day that they can get to the office. So I think having appointments that day would be great. Having the option for that, if somebody out of town property owner is going to be just coming in and that's the only day they have, great, take appointments. But I think it'll be a huge benefit to the staff having that 3-day weekend. Doing it midweek isn't going to do anything. I mean, it's that whole benefit is having that, every other week you've got a 3-day weekend that you can spend with the family or just get that extra chore done on a Friday for the staff to try and get in and go to the dump or just something simple, little stuff that they can't do. Maybe they have to go to DMV and they've got to take an actual day off to go in and go to the DMV. So I think it would definitely be valuable and at no real cost to the district. And the whole thing about paying your bill on time, if it ends up on a weekend, we already grace them until Monday. So if it happens to come in on that Friday, oh well, we grace it to that Monday like we would normally if it was on a Saturday or Sunday. That's already in place. So yeah, I think it's pretty much a no-brainer and yeah, full benefit to the employees. So
Thanks, Jack.
yeah.
Anybody else public comment? No. No? Okay.
We waited them all out there, left.
Yeah. No one online, Chris? All right. That being said, we're going to move on to action items. Does anyone want to take a recess or we want to push through?
Let's say
Maybe like
before-
5
before we
minutes.
move on to that last one.
Yeah, these should be pretty quick actions and
And then we'll take them after us.
solutions. I would like to
Then
get
we'll take a
through this.
recess before closed session.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, that being said, we are moving on to action item number 1, approve adoption of resolution 2612, establishing the appropriation limit for fiscal year July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2027.
All right, I'll take this item. In November 1979, California voters approved Proposition 4, also called the Indiana Initiative, which added Article 13B to the California State Constitution. In 1980, the state legislature added Division 9, commencing with 0, to Title I of Government Code to implement Article 13B. This legislation required the governing body of each local jurisdiction in California to annually establish an appropriations limit, also referred to as the GAN limit. Current appropriation limits are generally based on actual revenue appropriations during the initial base year of the fiscal year of 1978-79, and adjusted annually thereafter to account for California per capita cost of living increases and population as published by the California State Department of Finance. The annual limits must be adopted by the board with a resolution each year. To date, in fiscal year 25-26, $1,240,435.74 has been collected. No more deposits are expected for this fiscal year. The appropriation limit for the 25-26 fiscal year was $1,785,022. This means that the district collected $544,586.26 less than the maximum amount allowed. If Measure A had been adopted for the previous year, then the assumed $231,180 of taxes would have been collected based on the number of taxable parcels, and that would still leave approximately $313,400 before reaching the appropriation limit. So, the draft resolution 2612 and all the supporting documents for the information produced from the Department of Finance this year's appropriations limit is included in your packet.
Thank you. Directors, do you have any questions, comments? I'm good with all of this.
Yeah, I think it looks good, and I think we still have a pretty good cushion for when we look at the fire tax. That's gonna be increased, might be coming up. The next fiscal, 2 fiscals years from now. So, yeah, no, it looks good.
Anybody else? Input, questions, comments, board? No? I will go to public comment then. Any public comments on this topic? No? Through all done, can I get a motion?
I will make a motion to adopt, or approve adoption of resolution 2612, establishing the appropriation limit for the fiscal year July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2027.
I'll second it.
Roll call.
Jeff Hildreth,
Aye.
Wes Bonnine,
Aye.
Jessica Shane. Aye. Mike Solori,
Aye.
Kristen Sandberg.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, moving on. Consider elimination of policy number 1060, crime prevention reward program, first reading. Now, do we have to do 2 readings on this?
Yeah.
That's why it says first?
Yeah. This one was kind of one I brought up because when I did the fee schedule, I saw that as a fee, and I just thought it was a little strange. I don't think we've ever actually done this, done reward. But I put this in here. I don't really have a really strong feeling one way or the other. So if the board wants to keep it, that's fine. But I do have some concerns, and I'll mention that here. Staff recommend eliminating this policy. It strays from the purview of the district and encourages unbudgeted expenditures of general funds, which are stretched too thin and needed much more elsewhere. Policy allows for a minimum reward of $250 to report crimes or provide information that leads to the arrest and conviction of perpetrators. Staff do not feel that vandalism and theft of district property or services rise to the level of warranting this policy. Rather, the board could treat an applicable incident on a case-by-case basis if desired. So recommendation, consider eliminating policy. Like I said, you want to keep it. We have never used it, so it's not that big a deal. Never come up. Yeah.
I'm good with eliminating it.
Me too.
Yeah, you said that it strays from the purview of the district. What does that mean?
I think it becomes more of a law enforcement issue rather than utility provider.
Okay, so it's not like legally we're not allowed to. It just
Yeah.
kind of is outside our usual realm.
It's not abnormal. I think other districts do have similar policies, so it's not too abnormal. It's not legal.
So my question is, we just approved the fee schedule?
Yeah.
And this is still included in that fee
It was
schedule?
on it. Yeah.
So, would we have to bring back the fee schedule to reapprove it if we eliminate this policy at this point?
Yeah, we'll have to look into that. I think it's more.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit less scary because you're not adding to the schedule.
Yeah.
When you would have to public notice.
Okay, so we wouldn't necessarily have to reapprove anything. Okay, then, yeah, I think I'm fine with
Yeah.
eliminating it, if that's.
I think this came up at a time when there was a lot of water theft in the cove, hydrants being tampered with.
Right.
That era is kind of over.
There's
For the most part.
Yeah, and I mean, more water theft that is, I think, more potentially happening would be from the creeks, and so that's more with like, what?
CDF.
Yeah, so, again, yeah, I'd be okay with eliminating it. So we would just bring this back.
Any suggestions?
No.
No. Eliminate it. I'll get there. Here, you want the gavel?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Yeah, any other input from the board? No? Let's go to public comment. Any public comment on the elimination of policy 1060? Negative. Can I get a motion?
I have another question. Did we ever actually budget this? Did we ever say, oh, we're gonna put that? Okay,
No.
great. All right. All right, I'll move to bring this back for a second reading and vote.
Roll call.
Trustee Shane? Aye. Tristan Sanders?
Aye.
Doug Hildreth?
Aye.
Jeff Bonheim?
Aye.
Mike Solari?
Aye. Motion carries. All right, now we're getting the meat and potatoes here. All right, so action item number 3, elect candidates to serve as regular special district member on the Humboldt Local Agency Formation Commission, LAFCO. Chris?
Yeah, so about every 2 years, LAFCO has a regular special district member vacancy up for election. You can see the attached notice, ballot, and correspondence. There wasn't a ballot statement from the candidates in here to include, so you have to do your own research. We wanted to vote for, but you can see the 2 names. One person will become the regular member. I think the other name will become the alternate. So
I did look at this, the 2 candidates, and then we're suggesting one. Is that what it is?
no, you're voting on one of those.
We're voting on one of those? Well, one has pretty good experience and the other one's just an elected official like me, so I wouldn't recommend that.
From experience.
Yes. It was, Megan Ryan.
Where is Manila?
Here's some Peninsula, Humboldt Bay.
Okay, so, oh, okay.
You can see it, well, one of the members, David Couch, was the alternate member for the last 4 years.
Better.
Yeah.
I like it.
Anybody else, any input, questions, concerns?
Yeah, I found the same thing. Yeah, I found the same thing that you did, that she had experience. So, and I actually didn't notice, I feel bad for that. I didn't notice that he was also listed as the alternate.
Here's, now you're an engineer.
I know.
All right, so we're unanimous on that. Any other questions, comments? From the board? No? We'll go to public comment. Anyone have any input on a LAFCO representative? No? All right, good looking.
Okay, so we need a motion?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
seem to all be on the same page of experience over.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to nominate Megan Ryan to serve as regular special district member on the Humboldt LAFCO.
I'll second.
Roll call.
Kristen Sanders.
Aye.
Doug Hilbert.
Aye.
Mike Solari.
Aye.
Wes Bonnheim.
Aye.
Richard Shane.
Motion carries. Moving on, action item number 4, consider unbudgeted expense of $13,280 for cross protection control hazard assessment.
Yeah, so I did incorporate this action item into the budget, public hearing action item, so we can actually skip this. It has
You
been,
told me to say that. I screw this up every time.
we already want to read it, what it's about.
So we're gonna skip this one. Is that the correct verbiage to skip it?
Yeah, after the time,
Bypass it, skip it. Yeah, we're not gonna, no action. All right, moving on. Action item number 5, elect candidate to serve on the CSDA board.
Yeah, this is just like the LAFCO one, about every other year, CSDA board has a candidate up for election. 2 candidates have applied for a 2-year term of office to represent our region. Northern Network Seat C and the California Special District Association Board of Directors. You can see attached information in the candidate statement. So I know one of the candidates included a lot of material and one did not.
Right, that's the one I'm going with.
Yeah.
Charlie Fry.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I didn't have any information in here on Jason Roy, so I think it's hard to support him without knowing anything about him.
Any other board input on this one? No? All right, public comment? No. Good. Our final motion going for the day. Okay.
I will make a motion to nominate Carly Fry as the candidate of choice for the CSDA board.
Roll call.
All right, Mike Solari.
Aye.
Wes Bonnheim.
Aye.
Richard Shane. Doug Hilbert.
Aye.
Kristen Sanders.
Aye.
Motion carries. Do we have any unfinished business from our big vast crowd and board?
I have an item actually, and this was brought up earlier, but I just wanted to bring it up now because I think that this is more the appropriate thing. I think we need to get a letter to the sheriff's office on behalf of Shelter Cove. I think that'd be really important. And I think, having, I don't know if it needs to be a regular monthly thing until we get the support we need, but we're having these incidences, they're coming up more regularly. And I think that it's important for us to start being the squeaky wheel. Especially, I had no idea that, they, can't remember the name of the other district now, but they got 2 in-house sheriffs. Willow Creek, thank you. Got 2 in-house. That seems ridiculous that they would get 2 and we'd be completely skipped over again. And so I think we need to start putting this in front of the board.
And I think also if we are reaching out to our lieutenant for Southern Humboldt, maybe start CCing Billy Hansel as well.
And I would like to I'd like to further that and also CC the supervisors.
Right, that's what I was thinking. The supervisors, the sheriff, all important.
Yeah, and I kind of think we should be going straight to the top and then CCing whoever's in charge of it.
If they don't have pressure, they'll come out and have a discussion. They came out for Redway when they were dealing with their homeless encampment fires. And then the second side of that would be one of you guys reach out, wants to be the president, reaching out to Todd, Mary Jo, and let them know what our path is. Because our process of a public comment is hard for you guys not to go.
I will.
Very frustrating.
Yeah.
I will reach out to Mary Jo.
Yeah.
That was very heartfelt.
And
I'm down there all the time. I'm drinking
Yeah, I
coffee.
kind of feel like it should be the chair.
You guys can do it individually, but just follow
Yeah.
up with it.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And on that, I guess the other thing is, if the public has concerns about what we're doing or how we're doing it, please come talk to us. I know if there are issues that folks have, Chris, of course, is very open, but we're all very open. There's a process for getting something agendized and getting onto our thing. If you want to hear the whole board discuss it, if you want to meet with us as individuals, I'm always happy to do so, preferably outside of office hours. But whatever you need. And I think that that's probably true for the rest of the board members. You can reach out. I'm board 2 if folks have questions or want to talk about things. It's a lot better than using AI as your source of information. So
I get a lot of correspondence from the public, but if my garage door's up, stop in, we'll have a beer. I'm always open for a discussion. Want to have a beer?
No, I'll do a tequila shot.
Tequila shot?
we better close the meeting before this gets out of hand.
I'm not closing the meeting, sir.
Procedurally, you're supposed to announce what items you're going to discuss in closed session before.
Okay, after this, we will be moving to closed session to conference with labor negotiators. And that's one item. The second item is the public employee performance evaluation. We'll be in closed session regarding the general manager's annual performance evaluation. And then we will report out at the end of it. And do we want to make a motion for recess?
Yes.
By all means.
How long do we want? How long of a recess?
How long does everybody want? 30 minutes? Eat lunch?
Come on, really?
15 minutes?
What are you guys thinking? I guess you know.
Some vegans need a lot of meat.
Do we want to recess for 30 minutes so we can eat or, and, for lunch, because it is lunchtime, or do we want to recess for 5-10 minutes and then reconvene and?
I'm up
I mean,
for 5 or 10 minutes,
Yeah,
but
about
whatever you
5 or
guys
10,
want.
but yeah.
I want a little longer, but that's because I'm
Oh,
gonna eat.
okay.
But I'm okay if you guys want to go a shorter time
I
period.
have a feeling we're gonna be in closed session for quite a while. And so
Couple hours
that's,
at least.
I mean, otherwise we're gonna have to recess for lunch or a longer recess anyway. So, so what are you guys thinking with that information?
30 minutes.
Okay, so we will be, I'll make a motion that we recess for 30-minute recess, coming back at
12:36.
12:36.
Okay.
That's a motion.
Recess.
Oh,
Oh, we gotta make a motion.
I second the motion.
Roll call.
Thanks, Lori.
Aye.
Second change.
I think of those motion.
Wes Bauheim.
Aye.
Kristen Sanders.
Aye.
And Jeff Mildred.
Motion carries.
Okay, cool. All right.
I
looked at you and
Haven't done the split for a while.
Sure.
Is
Ready?
it
Great.
Okay.
Is it working?
Is that on?
Okay, we have completed our closed session in conference with labor negotiators, myself and Wes Bonheim and the rest of the board. And also, item 2, public information performance evaluation has been completed. Yeah?
I don't think it's
I don't think it's
complete.
been
It has been
We're
completed.
coming back.
Right, are we doing another?
Well, for the day, yeah.
What that,
The public employee performance evaluation is continuing
So,
until next month's regular board meeting. We will have a closed session to complete it. Yeah, finalize everything.
okay.
38 hours. All done, all through all.